Good evening. How's it going? Welcome. How are you guys doing today? Good, I hope. Who's here tonight? Wait, let's do a calmer open. It's fall, you know? We don't always need to be so hype. Sometimes we can just be. You know what I'm talking about. Who's here tonight? Oh, hey. My camera looks out of focus. There we go. It's exactly the same. Who's here? What's up, Saints Ronin? What's up, Shades? Poom Awesome, how you doing? Pokey Fan, love to have you. Pasta, welcome. Neon, welcome. Lovely to see you, you fiends, you hooligans. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, I hope. Welcome. It's Monday night. We doing a Monday night show. We'll see how that feels. It's almost time for me to hibernate. This is true. Sooner than later, I will hibernate. We're doing Homebrew review tonight, guys. Ooh, so exciting. Everything's kind of off kilter. Whatever. We're not going to worry about it too much. Anyway, hi. How's it going tonight, guys? We're going to be doing some homebrew reviewing tonight. The classic, the original, the OG, the definitive, etc. We have some fun stuff going on this week. This week we're doing a handful of shows, all with kind of different vibes. So tonight we're doing a classic homebrew review. You can send your homebrew in, and I will, along with our lovely audience, tear it to shreds, and we shall try from those shreds to build it anew and learn something along the way. Or just read it and enjoy it, depending on how much work it needs. So that's tonight. And then Wednesday, we are doing a different sort of homebrew show. Wednesday is going to be a show very specifically intended for unfinished ideas or struggles that you are facing in your homebrew writing. So on Wednesday, my brain turned off for a second there. On Wednesday, we're going to basically do a call-in show where you as audience members grab some homebrew that you've been working on or you're struggling with, or an idea that you haven't totally figured out yet. And you'll hop on a call with me and we'll look at it together and we'll talk about it. So that's going to be Wednesday. So Wednesday we are not doing a wheel, we are doing a call-in show. Okie dokie, artichoke. Fair warning, we are going to be prioritizing people that are Twitch subs, YouTube members, and patrons, but not in a way that everyone won't have a chance. It's just going to be that we're going to be sort of similarly the way that we do the wheel kind of vibes. That's Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a call-in show where you bring your homebrew that is unfinished and we work on it together. I think it should be fun. And then Thursday is Halloween. Ooh. Wait, give me 1 second. Thursday is gonna be Halloween. Ooh. Yee. Oh, yes. So on Thursday, we are going to be doing a very different sort of thing where you guys are going to send in your short stories, your scary short stories. All of the links for the rules and how to submit it are in my Discord. And there's basically 2 rules. One is that the story needs to include either a D&D monster, magic item, or spell. And 2, the maximum amount of words your story can have is 67. And then we're going to read them. And we're going to see what kind of spooky shenanigans you guys have come up with, featuring D&D things. Should be a good time. So if you want info on that, all the info is in my Discord. And you can submit stories to that whenever you want. Okay? No, I am not asking for RPG horror stories like where a time that a player was a shithead. I'm asking for you to try to write a scary story. But if somebody completely misinterprets that and tells a story that a time that a player is a shithead, as long as it's also still in 67 words or less, that's fine. I'll still read it, probably. What's up, Milky? What's up, Rico? Am I dressing up? I haven't decided. I think it depends on my energy throughout the week. All right, let me get these wheels set up. So, if you're new to the show, the way that it works is that we have 2 different homebrew wheels. We have one wheel that you can access by, if you're on Twitch, doing the command wheel, following these instructions right here. Doing the command wheel in the chat, and if you're on YouTube, I believe you can find the link in the video description. That is our main homebrew wheel. And we spin that wheel, and the homebrew that we land on, we read it, and we give our honest opinion. We say how it feels to read, if it's enjoyable, if it feels kind of sloppy, if it feels clear, if it feels evocative, if it feels balanced. And yeah, we just sort of give our thoughts on it and maybe some suggestions on how you might want to tweak it, if we think things work or don't work. We go in pretty bluntly and pretty honestly, so just be ready for that. But we try to do so in a way that is respectful of the creator. And the feedback that we give, we want to give in such a way that it is not changing the creator's initial vision of the piece. While your homebrew is getting looked at, I ask that you do not talk in the chat. You just take that time to listen, because you want your homebrew to speak for itself. And if we don't understand something about it, let me rephrase that. If I misunderstand something about that and chat also misunderstands that, like all of us collectively misread something, that is a more important indicator to you that, oh, something's wrong with my homebrew if this many people are not reading it properly. And then when we're done talking about it, if you want to share comments or thoughts, you can. But during your piece being reviewed, we ask that you just listen and just notice what people are saying, whether that's me or the chat, and decide that we are helping you or being dumb. Either one is fine, but quiet during it. And if you are a subscriber on Twitch, a member on YouTube, or a patron on Patreon, you also get access to our separate wheel, our member wheel. Ooh. And the way the show works is we switch back and forth between the two wheels. So we do one spin on the big wheel, one spin on the member wheel, one spin on the big wheel, one spin on the member wheel, and vice versa. My brother-in-law just sent me a video. Oh, I can't watch it right now, but I'll watch it later. Should I put context notes before or after the item description? I'm going to be honest. I don't want any context notes outside of whatever information you want to share about what your goals for the homebrew are. Like, the only context I really want is whether or not your goal is that this is going to be something that people could read publicly, or it's really just for a home game. Because again, the goal that we're aspiring for with our writing here is that the piece can speak for itself. What's up, Just Chucho? How's it going? I don't care about any plot or lore setting at all in terms of it. Like, I will point out if I feel like the abilities feel random and disconnected. So if the only thing that makes them feel connected is the lore of the world, then you can just know quietly in your head that that doesn't matter, like that I felt that way, because it won't, your players won't feel that way. But like, I'm not going to read a paragraph of lore before we read your magic item. Again, the point here is really to see if your homebrew can stand up on its own two legs. It's really to see, what does a complete stranger think about your homebrew completely out of the context of you. So we really aren't looking for context here, because it's just putting the homebrew up on the pedestal and letting it speak for itself. Is that clear? Does that make sense? Hopefully. The way you submit to the member wheel, if you are a subscriber on Twitch, YouTube, or Patreon, or member on YouTube, patron on Patreon, is either if you're on YouTube or Patreon, you can check the member sections of those, and if, or on any of them, just in Discord, it's in our Discord. So what you want to do is, in Discord, go to the member section of the Discord, or just go to the Discord and go to the announcement where I link it as well in the announcement. So you got to go do it through the Discord. You don't have to do it through the Discord, but that's the easiest way to do it. All right, let's get these wheels loaded up. What's up, Dice? You can keep a tiny note, but I'm probably not going to read it. Or I'm not going to give that much credence to it in terms of the reading of the item. Like, I would say the note should be like, this item is supposed to feel like a necromancer mixed with a mind flayer. Like, that's a great note. I don't need more than that. The Discord link is broken. One second. Here. Does that not work? Does that not get you there? Try that. Yeah. Gotcha, buddy. The main one does. The one does on my. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to change that. I don't know how to change my links. I will when I can figure that out after stream. Maybe it's somewhere in here. Oh yeah, it's right here. All right, I found it. I'm not that dumb. I'm a little dumb. I'm like a medium. Okay, give me 1 second. And now it will be fixed for all people. There you go. Boom. It's broken or borkin, one of the two, hopefully. I do not play Magic the Gathering, but I did see you wrote a bunch of comments earlier. Was that about Magic the Gathering stuff? Yeah. No, I don't play Magic. I played Magic when I was younger, but I haven't played it in years. Not in years. Oh, the comment was a horror story. What made it so scary? What did Was it a troublesome player? A hooligan? Oh, I'm gonna be honest, Mars. I love the enthusiasm, but I'm really not interested in a knee-jerk reaction horror story. I'm interested in, like, you taking some time and crafting a horror story to share. Less so you sharing a rough draft. I want to see you craft your art. I don't want to see you vomit it. You know what I mean? What's up, Electric Uncle Trash? What's up, Cross Toxin?
Hooray!
99 times out of 100, I have almost no interest in seeing the things that you rush to create, and a great deal of interest in seeing the things that you take your time to create. Mars, I feel like you're I don't know if you're trying to write a scary short story, but I'm gonna be honest, it's really just coming off like you're kind of writing cringe stuff in a way that is dancing with being TOS issues. So I'm gonna politely ask you to chill on that and just say, and I'm just gonna repeat, if you really want to share a short story, write a short story, take some time, really craft it, and send it in, and we'll take a look at it. But I love you to death and back again, but I have such little interest in your random knee-jerk reaction short story that you just make up right now. I love the idea of you taking some time and writing something, though. It's not a short story. Then I don't understand what you're sharing. But I still think you're a wonderful person, and I'm saying we don't need to hear the emo edgelord stuff. You know how much time I put into this? I have no idea how much time you put into this. I don't know what it is. I'm seeing random blurts of sentences. You know what I mean? Is it 67 words or less? Because that's the other thing that I want it to be. It's a story about a homophobe? All right. I still don't really understand what else it is. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I don't care that much. Like I said, if it fits the thing that we're gonna look at, absolutely amazing. From the tiny bits I've glimpsed from what you've shared in chat, it's basically way too edgelord for me. And I don't really need it to be spammed in my chat anymore. But I'm sure it's a wonderful story. I'm sure you put a lot of heart and soul into it, and if you want to share it out there in the universe, you totally should. And if you want to submit some homebrew for us to look at tonight, if you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command wheel in chat, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can find the link in the video description. Ooh, I think it's the right link. Chat, somebody tell me if it's the wrong link, because if it's the wrong link, I'll feel sad. I think it's the right one. How do I check? Let me just go into it for a second and check. Oh, that was me. Oh, it's the right one. I'm a champion. That's an edgelord? I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, Mars, you're gonna take a time out. I don't care about your story. I care about you as a writer. I feel like you're not hearing the conversation. We're moving on. I love you, but we're done with you for a little bit. All right. It's general homebrew, if that's what you mean. Tonight is homebrew night. Yeah. Is the phrase too edgy offensive to rogues? I think it's offensive to lots of people. Because the thing is, the truth of the matter is, when you're writing, and actually I think this is going to be something that probably comes up a lot in the stories that we look at, depending on what people are doing. It's very easy to think you're writing something really profound and really intense, but for it to really miss the mark and be really edgy in a way that's very cringe. It's very easy to be cringe. It's so easy to be cringe. The best way to not be cringe is to dance with nuance and subtlety. Those are the two most powerful tools against cringe if you're trying to be trying to dance with some cringy topics but not come off as cringe. Be subtle, be nuanced, and you'll do well. Dice, if you want, I can make you a mod on YouTube and Twitch, and then you can mute people. Do you want me to do that? If you want me to, I will. I don't mind. No pressure, though. Well, if you're being intentionally cringe in a way where your true goal is to make people feel funny, silly feelings, then I would say you're not really being cringe anymore. You're being more like, you know, you're trying to be funny. You don't want the power? All right. If you ever decide you want the power, I'm more than willing to share it with you, my friend. Guys, today was the first day in like a long time that I had a somewhat reasonable schedule. Have I seen the Bender from Ryoko's? I have not, but I do know some people that worked on Ryoko's, and they're very good writers. And I've heard good things about it, but I have not read that book at all. I did meet D&D Shorts at Gen Con, and he was one of the really nice people. D&D Shorts was one of the creators where I was like, oh, I feel like you're a good guy. VIPs can't be mods? You gotta pick? You gotta pick a lane. Mod or VIP, not both. D&D Shorts made a free PDF of the class to look at. Oh, that's sweet. That's very nice. Perhaps I shall take a look at it at some point. I am not... Here's the thing. I am not running that many home games right now. And I'm really not running that many home games that require that much homebrew. Like, I really don't use player-facing... Like, I don't use class and subclass homebrew unless I have a very specific reason for it. Like, I will use homebrew for classes and subclasses if I'm using a setting or trying to run a campaign with a very specific vibe, so it would make sense to have a bunch of more subclasses and classes that had like that vibe, or if the players bring something to me that they are very excited by, or if they have an idea for a character. Like, if I had a player that was like, I want to be a bender, I probably would be like, cool, let's take a look at that class. But I'm not going to off the top of I'm not going to for no reason. I want to do it for I'm running it. I have times to read the D&D homebrews a bit, but I don't have times to read everything. Player-facing homebrew is much... it's less of it is needed. You know? If you're using a third-party supplement, you really only need a couple subclasses because the player's going to use that subclass the whole game, but you need a bunch of monsters. The player-facing stuff always does better, though. Raymond Williams, just change the story so that it features a D&D thing. You said it takes place in a D&D adjacent universe. Is there a dragon in it? Is there an ogre? Is there a troll? Is there a... You know, any number of things that are basically D&D things. Yeah, Electric, if you want to send in some homebrew, you can. Just do the command wheel in chat to get the link. And if you, or just hang out with us and we're going to look at some homebrew. Hooray! Inevitably, you'll see me tell people that they're bad at sentence structure. And probably be excited by a couple features that we see, hopefully. Both of those two things usually happen. I'm the Schwa. Thank you for the resub. Also, Brent, thank you for the resub. It's not an issue, Fallen. That just means you have twice as much of a chance of being seen, or if not a little bit more. If you get spun on one, you're golden. Raymond, if you want to submit the story, I think you totally should. And I think that if it really doesn't have anything that ties to D&D at all, then I think change it so it does, or, you know, change a name so it does, or try to write a new story. Yeah, Fallen. I still only look at one piece per person per night. So if you get spun on one wheel, that just counts for you for the night. But the member wheel usually, like, I'll look at it right now. The member wheel has 10 submissions. The public one has 31. So it just makes your likelihood of being seen up. That's basically it in a nutshell. Speaking of which, let's get these wheels up together. Let's do this. Boom. Okay. There we go. Boom. Haven't caught a stream in a while. Welcome, welcome. The wheels have invaded your dreams. I'm actually going to open my window a little bit. It's a little toasty in my room, friends. It's a little toasty in here. I got to let in the fall air. The breeze. You wanted to check? No problem. None at all, my friend. I have not looked at the quest submissions yet. I didn't know that there even were any. I can't find that section of the Discord right now. There it is. Yeah, I'll look at that. We're gonna look at it. We'll look at it later. We'll look at it later. You didn't do the quest. Cross, you didn't do the quest. You literally said you didn't. You're not gonna make. You have to make it origami. That's part of the quest. I'll show you. I'll show the thing you made. But I'm telling you, you didn't do the whole quest. So I do these things on my channel where we call them, you can request a quest. And if you request a quest, I give one. And then if you do it, I share it on the stream. But if you do 2/3 of it, should I share it on the stream? Fine. Alrighty. So this is the map that our dear Cross Toxin made. This is what they wrote. Hanging from a nail in an old dingy home, a hastily scrawled map can be found on a piece of tattered parchment. A poem is written. It reads, "Light is everything. Dark will consume it all. Your light, period, is nothing. It is dark. Your lantern will not last much longer. And there are more trees than before." Alrighty. Cool. Strange. Looks like there's an eyeball in the middle. I don't really understand what it's a map to, but that's okay. Very cool looking. Thank you. Oh, shit. Quiet yourself. New GMG tomorrow? I haven't gotten any of them yet. It's okay, Cross. It was still fun. Still very cool. I'm sure you should use it in your game. Shades wants 14 of them. How do you have it and I don't? Did you get a review copy? Or did you go to a... You either got... Well, I'm not on any lists to get any review copies, so I didn't get an early version. A PR? What is a PR? I don't know what SPG is. You can name letters, but that doesn't mean I understand them. As far as I know, the ways to get it early are to get it from a local bookstore who tend to sell them earlier. Or to be on some sort of list, which I am not on. Wizards of the Coast don't... Either they don't know about me or they don't care about me. Either one. But no, don't have it. Thanks for reminding me. Makes me feel great. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. Behold, friends, a wheel. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Yes. Also another wheel. Ooh, this one spins. This one's more static. Don't be... It's calm down. It's not that spooky. You'll be okay. Don't be scared. We got you. We're in it together. Speaking of being in it together, should we spin this wheel? Should we spin it? Should we let people... Should we give people more time to send in homebrew, or did we do enough before the first spin? Was that a reasonable amount, or should we give them more time? Usually I like to do nothing for at least 20 minutes so people have time. I think we did nothing for about 20 minutes. Just you just want to look at it all night? I think that I genuinely wonder how much the numbers would be normal numbers if we never spun the wheel. Especially if I didn't say that I wasn't going to spin it and I just kept talking. I think that they would go down, but I don't think they would go down a crazy amount. I think people would be along for the ride. Or they would just get mad at me. We'll do that one night for sure. That's a great idea, though. I think that's a really funny idea. Yeah, that's an idea we will definitely do one night for sure. Maybe April Fool's. Yeah, that's a really good April Fool's Day stream. The only thing is, here's what I'm gonna say. If it is what I do for April Fools, you guys have to pretend that we didn't have this conversation. You gotta play cool. You can't spoil it, okay? You can't ruin the bit, because you're in on the bit now, okay? If you forget that we had this conversation, then feel free to get upset or point it out. But if you remember that we had this conversation, then you play along. One of the best things to do when you know that someone's being tricksy is to support that tricksiness. I think it's one of the best things. I have a good friend. We'll spin the wheel in a second. One of my best friends growing up and all through college, and now he's still one of my best friends. One of the things that we would do a lot in college that was a very, very fun activity was if we were at like a party and one of us started to try to bullshit someone else, like just tell a nonsense story or just bullshit in some way or another, and the other one heard it, they would casually reinforce the story from like other angles. So like, for example, if my buddy was talking about how he had a pilot's license, okay, which he didn't, but if he was trying to convince people he had a pilot's license and I kind of heard that, what I might do is I might reference how much fun it was to go flying with him over last summer, but I would do it like in 10 minutes as I was like moving through the group. So people would not think, like, it would almost be like I was doing it in a way where I was almost getting in the way of the, like, I wasn't like I was trying to join the conversation. Anyway, we would do shit like that a lot, and it was the best. It's the difference between brotherhood and and hate, I think, was our willingness to bullshit other people for each other. It's a really wonderful thing. The power move to pretend it'll be a different stream and then just do it tonight. Yeah, no, I'm not. We're not. We're spinning it. Bucket. We're not gonna do a fake out tonight. I'm not in the mood. I'm in the mood to just read some brew with y'all. Read some brew. We got a piece from Data. Oh, we're starting with Databank. Databank is an old viewer. They've been a watcher of mine for a long time. Let's see. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I told you could start sending in stuff using the 2024 rules. So if you made a subclass for 2024 rules or whatever, you can just, you have to pick. You can't decide. I didn't know which one. Now you're like, no, this is intentionally for one or for the other. Okay, so this is going to be they say teleportation fun. Hitter skitter. All right, let's take a look. Hitter skitter. What does that mean? Get a little smaller there, buddy. Wait, am I looking at a magic item or am I looking at I guess I'm looking at this magic item. Okay, yes. I think? Yes, okay. Here you go. The hitter skitter. This wavy blade has a central line of silver that briefly flashes green when its wielder teleports or is teleported. It has 4 charges. If you would deal sneak attack damage from the weapon to a creature within melee range, you can choose to spend a charge and skitter. You forgo your sneak attack damage on the creature and teleport to an unoccupied location you can see within 30 feet. The location must be within 5 feet of another creature. Huh. Roll your sneak attack dice and deal that damage as slashing damage to the creature you appear next to as your blade forms partially within their body. Huh. Gets 1d4 charges back at dawn. When you teleport between planes or across a distance greater than 1 mile, the blade regains 1 spent charge. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, here's what I'll say. The first thing that I feel about this is the power of this item is it allows you to hit one creature's AC to target another creature. So I do feel like this is a weird weapon in that, like, the way I would want to use this weapon is almost like I would make a weapon attack against the bard in my party, which has like an AC of 13. And then use the teleport to teleport into, like, the pit fiend we're fighting. And I don't know if that's the intention here, but that clearly is the power of this item. And I don't know how I feel about that. That feels weird. I don't really understand what the fiction is supposed to be. I don't know. It feels like an odd gameplay loop intention. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. It rubs me the wrong way a little bit. That's what I'll say. Because it feels weird. Yeah, I don't know. The gameplay loop just feels off. It just feels like... It feels off to me. I don't think it's bad. I just think that it's like... I mean, chat, tell me if I'm being crazy here. But I feel like the intended use... It just feels weird. In a way that I don't know if it's good or not. Because it also is definitely the kind of situation where it just feels exploitable, and it almost feels like it's intended to be exploited. So maybe that's fine. But it just feels exploitable. Like, is it okay for this magic item to essentially allow you to auto-hit things with your sneak attack? Because that's what it does. And if that's cool, then I think it's fine. If that's not cool, then I think it's not fine. if that is cool and it's fine, I think this item feels very roundabout to get to that goal. I almost feel like it almost feels like you were playing with the mechanic here more than you were playing with the intention of a mechanic here. That's how it sort of feels. You think it should be a random hit when you teleport? I don't know about that. Because here's the thing, if you're using your if you're making an attack with sneak attack, triggering sneak attack, and then choosing to not do the damage to do something else, like, that's bad. Like, that needs to be something. There needs to be some element of power there. So I kind of understand why we want to get that damage in another way. But that gameplay loop just feels a little off to me. Use the new target's AC, but target someone else? I don't understand what you mean by that. Yeah, so Seb, what you're saying is where you would let a friend, you'd hit your friend to teleport you into an unwanted foe. I get that, but what I would put forth to you as like a argument as to why I don't think we need that is that gameplay loop of needing to stab an easy target or a willing target to then teleport to essentially stab a distant target. That feels like an overly complicated gameplay loop to what is essentially you teleporting and then sneak attack damaging. Like, if the whole gimmick of it is supposed to be, if the reason why it's a cool item is that it allows you to teleport in and auto sneak attack damage someone, I think it should just do that. Right? Like, wouldn't it be much easier to just have an item that just does that? You expend a charge, end your as an action, you can expend a charge. You teleport 30 feet to a space you can see, and one creature within 5 feet of you takes damage equal to a roll of your sneak attack dice. Like, it's basically the same thing, right? Unless there's something else that I'm missing that's going on here. I just don't see the logic of that gameplay loop. It just seems overly complicated. Could you add a clause that you could only trigger it on hostile enemies? I guess you could, and that would make it feel a little bit more interesting, but yeah, I mean, that could be it. Maybe that's what it would, but again, I don't know if that would make sense because I'm really not, the way that it reads, I feel like it's really intended for it to be abused. Like, it's intended for you to stab an easy thing to stab, to teleport to stab another thing. That's what it feels like. Why not use it on yourself to teleport? That's not a bad idea, actually. That's true. You could just stab yourself. Yeah, it's true. That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying the gameplay loop is redundant. Exactly. Not sure. Exactly. Wait, whoever said that? No, Numi. Exactly, Numi. You could do something like splitting the damage. You could have the sword's damage teleport. Like, you do damage based on how... You teleport based on how much damage you do? Do you have sneak attack against yourself? That's a question for the ages there, Seeb. That's a question for the ages. Creatures older than I have been asking that one since the first sunrise. Anyway, I think there's something interesting in here conceptually, but it feels weird. The gameplay loop feels off. And I think to the credit of quite a lot of people in chat, I genuinely think that if the goal here is to do something where you are teleporting and then dealing your sneak attack damage to a creature without making an attack against them, I think you just make it do that. I don't think it needs to do this crazy little loop. It just feels off to me. That's just me. Interesting idea, though. I think the idea of attacking something and teleporting into attacking something else is cool. I don't know if it is gonna... I don't know if it's working the way you intended to work here in terms of the vibe. All right, Data, thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the recharge is a fun little flavor mechanic for sure. Recharge is definitely a fun little flavor mechanic. All right, on to the little wheel. Let me get dice on that. If you want to be on the little wheel, all you need to do is become a member on YouTube, Twitch, or Patreon. Buggada, 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 and then, you know, submit something to it. Buggada, 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 buggada. Data, I just looked at a piece of yours, but we'll take you off the wheel now. Boom. Buggada, 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 buggada. This is how we pick what homebrew we're looking at. Not sure. So the way that this show works is people can submit homebrew. If you do the command wheel in chat, you can see the form that you can submit homebrew to. And then we put them on these wheels and we spin them. And we see what we get. What's up, Craig? How's it going? All right, Dice, what do you have for us today? Dice says, I'm trying to fill a niche. Wizard school should be able to make luggage or a chicken hut. Huh. Interesting goal. Okay, okay. I'm glad it's okay. There it is in the chat. Wait, here, let me post it for everybody. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to read it. Stream's going pretty well. Just got started a little while ago. This is called Ambulate. It is a 3rd level transmutation spell. We got a little we got the trunk of many legs up in here. Casting time, action, range, touch, duration 1 hour, concentration. Target an object or structure in range that is not being worn or carried. The target must fit in a 10-foot cube. For the duration, it grows legs and gains a walk speed of 30 feet. When you cast this spell, and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, you can direct to the target to move in a direction of your choice. If you target the same object every day for a year, then the legs become permanent and it can be activated or deactivated with the command word of your choice. Huh. Okay, here's my thought. I like it. I don't know if it does enough clarification. Like, I understand why you don't want to make the objects too animated, because then at what point are you just literally doing the spell animate objects, but different? But I do feel like there's like the way that this reads, truly the only thing the object can do is move 30 feet. It can do nothing else. That is literally all it does. Unless I'm misreading it. And if the only thing the object does is move 30 feet, then this is basically just a different version of Tensor's floating disk. Like, there's almost no difference. This would be you target an object and the object follows you. Tensor's floating disk is you make a little floaty disk and you can put objects on that disk and it follows you. The only real difference between this and that, other than it being an object that you're targeting versus stuff you're putting on a disk, is this caveat where if you cast it every day on the same object for a year, they become permanent. I think it's an interesting idea. I feel like the way that it's written right now, it doesn't feel different enough from Tensor's floating disk. It feels like it's trying to make itself different from animate objects, but in doing so, it's just doing it by giving it less stuff. And it sort of just makes it a roundabout way of Tensors, in my opinion. I don't think it's enough to basically, like, as a bonus action, you can make an object move 30 feet. I don't know. Like, I know that you say it has a walking speed. But it's not a creature, you know? And you specify here, like, you still have to use your bonus action to move it. So even then, there's, like, it's not a lot, like, the way it's written, it implies that no matter what you're doing, you're using your bonus action every turn to move it anyway. So then it's not even really a walking speed. So I think that the language is also just a little confusing, or maybe not confusing. It's not confusing at all in terms of what it's doing, but I do think it's going to be confusing in terms of people's interpretation of it, because it's partially written like a creature and partially written like an object. And I think at the end of the day, this is just kind of it's all the same issue, right? Is that you got to pick more of a lane of it if it's a creature or an object, and try to make it a little bit more distinct in what it's doing in that way. It's cooler than Tensor's floating disk. Cooler or not, I still think it needs to be a little bit more clear. I still think it feels like it's sort of got half a foot in two pools, and it's not really making it feel good in either. Like, I either want it to be much more of a singular animated object, or I don't understand. Like, or I guess I just don't understand the point of it. Yeah, I don't really have much more thoughts other than that. I think it's a little bit too similar to stuff that already exists without doing too much. I think it needs more uniqueness. Give it a little bit more oomph in one direction or another. Maybe if it just walked without direction, that would make more sense. But even then, I think it's like I want it to have more life. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, I get the point is that you can target an object and make that object move around. But if the object doesn't do anything, then there literally is no difference between what object you do that with, pretty much, right? Like, I guess you could argue, well, if I do it to, like, you know, a cauldron, I could have a walking cauldron. Or if I do it to a table, I could have a walking table. But if the only thing those things are doing are moving from one place to another, then really all they're doing is they're either carrying something or taking up space. And that's kind of it. Those are the only things objects that aren't animated except for feet can do, is you can put something on them or in them, or they could take up space. And I don't think I don't think this feels like it clearly is supposed to do either of those. I feel like that's just us figuring out what they do, but I don't think that's I just don't think that's enough. Like, I think if the goal of this is to make a moving barrier, then it should be a different spell. And I think if the goal of this is to make an object that can carry objects, that spell already exists. So I think it needs to feel more like a unique animated object in some way. I don't know exactly what, but that's what I mean. Is that clear, Dice? Does that make sense? I don't think you want to copy the Pratchett chest, because this thing that it's based off of would be the equivalent of like an artifact level magic item, and you don't really want to give a spell that just lets you turn a random object into an artifact. I don't think. You can't do it to any size. It has size limits on it. I mean, Dice, if this is what you want, then keep it. But I would say, like, genuine gut reaction. Me reading this, I sort of feel like this doesn't do enough to feel like a spell. That's how I feel about it. It feels like you took parts of other spells and kind of half-baked them together. If my player brought this spell to me and said, I want to use this spell in the game, I would say, why? And I wouldn't mean it in any begrudging way. I would mean it earnestly. And if they said, because I think it would be cool to make objects come to life and do stuff, I'd be like, oh, well, this doesn't do that. So you want the spell animate objects. And if they were like, oh, like, you see what I mean? Like, I'm not sure. It needs more of a why. And I just don't know what that is right now. And if for you, there's enough of a why there, and you feel like being able to cast this on an object, and now that object can move 30 feet on a bonus action for an hour is enough for a spell for you, then it's fine. But to me, it just doesn't do enough. It's not doing enough mechanically to uniquely feel like it's It's like making this thing come to life or in any real way. It's yeah, I don't know. And you know what? Like, in many ways, it reminds me of like the types of spells you would see in like second edition, where there were spells that really had no purpose to be used in game, but they were purely spells to be there for like story purpose, to like be like, this is how a wizard, you know, washes his beard. Where it's like, you would never pick this spell, but it's a spell that exists in the game. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Like, this feels like a spell that I would put in a game so that I could have a mechanical backing for why an NPC had a cauldron with legs that was following them around. And maybe that's enough. If that's enough, then that's fine. It's like a world building spell. If that's cool with you, then that's fine. But I think that if you want it to feel more like a spell that a person is going to pick in a game, I think it needs to do more than just be a world building spell. This would be if this was lower level. Yeah, if this was lower level, I think it would also feel better considering it doesn't really do that much. Would it be busted if it lasted a day? I don't think that fixes it in any way. I don't think the duration is the issue. I think the lack of things it does and the lack of clarity around how it mechanically interacts with things is the issue. The limit is not the issue. I don't think changing the time limit would have any effect on my feelings about it at all. I think if you wanted to basically just do this, it should be a lower level spell and target a smaller object, probably. But those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I feel like it needs to do more. It feels too much like it's sitting between a couple different spells. Dice, I see you talking in the chat. Here's what I'm gonna say. Let me see. Maybe you answered this actually. You said you're trying to fill a niche. And I don't think this is filling the niche that you're trying to fill. You said you're trying to fill the niche of the wizards having portable luggage or a chicken hut. And I would say, here's what I would say. I would say, I don't think you need to fill the niche of luggage. I think that exists in the game already. I think we have bags of holding. I think we have Tensor's floating disc. I think we have haversacks of stuff, you know? Like, I think that there needs to be more. I totally understand wanting to build the mechanics of the walking. I understand wanting to have the story of the walking luggage, but the mechanics we don't need. We have answers to all those questions in D&D. So I think the way that you make this work, if you want it to be trying to fulfill the story of the luggage, is you give it mechanics that are unique. You don't just make it do stuff that is really, you know, you build mechanics to sell that fiction. And you mentioned you want it to be, you know, the luggage or a chicken hut. I guess you are intending that this magic could be used to make luggage or a whole house move around. And I would say, I feel like maybe those shouldn't be the same spell. Or, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm not, I just don't, I feel like if I were you, I would push back and I would say, clarify your vision a little bit. Clarify your vision. Because I'm not sure what other advice I would give, because I feel like I'm going to be honest, I don't think a third level spell is the solution to the goal of luggage or the goal of chicken hut. I think the solution to both of those are magic items. And I think if you're like, no, I want these to be spells, I think the chicken hut thing is definitely a much higher level spell and probably has other stuff that it does than just walk around. And I think the luggage spell definitely has other stuff than just walk around, because you don't need that. It's like there's not a reason, there's not a logic for it in D&D. Like, there's easier ways to transport stuff. There's there's literally a spell that lets you summon a chest and then have it disappear into another dimension. And I think it's also a third level spell, you know? So if you want to, like, I want this to be the living luggage, you got to figure out how to sell them living luggage mechanics a little bit more. And those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Kaboosh. Kerplunk. All right, let's see. Do we have anybody new on the big wheel? Couple new people. Boom. Burger Pal says, oh God, what is this? I'm not good at computer. That's okay. You're good at life. To see if it's good, ask the following questions. Do I need it? Can I do that without it? Can it be used to break things? Yeah, that's a good place to be for that. I also think it's fine to have your idea start without not answering those questions. To just start with an idea that you think is cool. But yeah, you do want to, if you're not going to start with checking to see if there's like other things that already do that in the game, that you do want that to be a part of your check. And if it's something you do towards the end and you realize, oh, this is very similar to these other things, then you got to change some stuff, or you got to decide you don't give a shit. Bucket a 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 bucket. Duluhan. All right, what's up, Duluhan? Greetings from Costa Rica. Hello, Costa Rica. I'll be DMing a pre-written cheese-themed mini-campaign. Amazing. The BBG feels kind of lackluster. I'm trying to spice it up with an upgrade. This is for a group of 5 level 3 characters. I'm fairly new to Homebrew, so a couple of friends helped me with this. Shout out to, I'm going to butcher these names, Kato and Uni. No, Inu. Fuck. Sometimes I get a little dyslexic. Inu. Come on, me and Inu go back. Inu, you know I didn't mean it. I apologize. I'm not a native English speaker. You are better at writing English than most native English speakers are. I don't find your writing hard to comprehend so far. We'll see if I do in the text. I do notice that when people have English not at their first language, oftentimes their writing is easier to understand. Because they're almost like more mechanical in their writing. Not always, but sometimes. All right. So wait, what did you say? I'm sorry, I got lost in the Inu Uni stuff. What is this for? This is for 5 level 3 characters. Okay, this is called the Gorgonzolar. Good name. Okay, 90 hit points, 15 AC. The stats aren't crazy strong. All right, let's see what's going on with the features. Why is it so many pages? This is too many pages. Okay, some resistances, no immunities. It can smell the presence of cheese. Can burrow through non-magical material that isn't iron, through which it moves aside like cheese fondue, making a tunnel behind it. Quincy, hello Quincy. Thank you for popping in. How's it going, buddy? Get a little twerking Cthulhu. Enjoy that. Take that home for dinner. All right, so it's got a melee. Okay, so it can make 2 attacks. It's got it can bite. And it can shoot a heat ray. And then it has other rays, I guess. How do these rays tie into the action economy? I guess they're just an action? Unclear. Wisdom saving throw frightens a creature. Dex saving throw traps a creature in cheese. Is it difficult terrain or is it trapped? That's unclear. Why does it need to make a strength check to free itself if it's difficult terrain? So like, is it making it so they can't move, or is it just making it so it's hard for them to move within it? I don't feel like you need both. That doesn't make sense. It should not have infinite legendary resistance based. It shouldn't have. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't give it legendary resistance based on its minions. I would just give it a set number. You could maybe have a couple minions to sort of represent that, to sort of tie those together. But if this thing has any like way of summoning minions, which I noticed that it does down here, it should not be able to sacrifice a minion to get its legendary resistance. That's just going to be annoying. And it can create a cocoon. It summons cheese creatures. It's an interesting idea for a monster. I'm gonna. The action economy is not great. The action economy is not great. There's gonna be 5 of these players. Okay, so this thing has no legendary actions. And its action economy basically means it's always going to be taking its basic attacks unless it wants to sacrifice its whole action to do one of these, which is this frankly not worth doing. So if I were you, I would make the heat ray, instead of it just doing the heat ray, I'd probably make it get to pick whenever it did its ray between a heat ray or a different type of ray or a different type of ray. So it could actually be using those in the action economy regularly and still doing damage, or give this thing some legendary actions. Let it have some ability to do something on other creatures' turns. Summoning monsters can be fun. The thing you got to ask yourself about summoning monsters is how long do you want this fight to last, and how long is this fight going to be fun? I'm always hesitant to suggest doing summoning monsters like that happen like more than once. Because if you are summoning monsters in a reoccurring way, unless you have built those monsters to essentially have 1 hit point and built into the mechanics of the fight, like a clear intention of destroying the system through which the monsters are being produced, that fight is going to get really tedious and maybe not be that fun. So I would say the main thing I would say is you want this guy to be able to have more opportunities to shoot their alternative ray types. And don't let it summon too many things. Dylan says, I can't see this monster surviving 3 rounds to summon. I mean, that's also a good point. This thing does not have a crazy amount of hit points in AC. It has a really shit action economy. So that is also a thing to think about. What is its mobility? Flies. Yeah, I think this thing needs legendary actions, and I think it needs its maybe the cheese cocoon shouldn't be like a 3-round thing. Maybe it should be a 1-round thing. Like, what if the cheese cocoon was like it plants a thing, and if that thing is not destroyed by the end of its next turn, it erupts and hatches and guys come out. So it's only 1 round of them needing to go through that little game. Because I agree, this thing is probably going to be dead in 3 rounds. Oh, hey, Gino, what's up, buddy? How are you doing, friend? I hope you're doing well. I got my nephew a really cool birthday present, and I wasn't sure if he was going to like it or not. Because, you know, he's 3, so he doesn't always have the best taste. But my brother-in-law just sent me a video of him playing with it. So I'm like, fuck yeah, he likes it. I got him walkie-talkies, which is like a toy that sort of feels like a real thing when you're little, because it's got buttons and you're talking into it, it's making noises, and you can actually like talk to people through them. And so yeah, hopefully he likes it. And he's really into like firefighters and stuff, and a walkie-talkie also feels like a really good toy to sort of represent all of those like firefighters, emergency, like he's really into like emergency workers. He likes firefighters and he likes, to be fair, he likes big trucks. So he likes fire trucks and people in fire trucks. He likes construction trucks and people in construction trucks. And he likes cranes. So walkie-talkies are good. I don't know if he likes Paw Patrol. He doesn't watch a lot of TV. The show that he likes, the show that he is obsessed with, which to be fair is a pretty good show, is called Little Bear. And it's a show that's based off of a book series that's by the same guy who made Where the Wild Things Are. So he likes Little Bear. He likes Little Bear too much. He likes Little Bear where I don't want to watch Little Bear. I like Little Bear a little bit, but you can't watch too many episodes of Little Bear. If you watch too many episodes of Little Bear, you start to really question the world building. There's some really fucked up world building if you think about the implications of some of the rules through which the characters in Little Bear exist that are really twisted, and it makes you like really question what's going on behind, what's going on off camera in the universe of Little Bear. For example, let's go on a journey. Little Bear. We all love him, right? Classic little dude. So Little Bear is a bear that lives in a house with his mom and his dad. Okay? They're home having bears. There's Little Bear and his family, okay? They wear clothes, they walk around on their feet like people. Okay? Little Bear. In the Little Bear movie, Little Bear meets a new bear. But here's the thing. This new bear that Little Bear meets is a wild bear. So Little Bear exists in a universe where he's friends with people and ducks and shit. They're doing fucking Christmas and birthdays. And he meets a wild bear who literally lives in a cave and runs around on all four and catches and eats fish. And throughout the whole movie, I thought it was going to end with them like, I don't know, like there's a lot of conversation about the parents. So Little Bear invites the wild bear to his house. So he like sits at the table and doesn't know how utensils work. It's like he's an uncivilized bear. And I thought what was going to happen was half of it was going to be, Little Bear with the wild bear being like, oh, you're so uncivilized, you're so silly. And then they would switch, right? And then they would go spend time with the wild bear and his family. And it would be like, really? Are we so uncivilized? Or do we just live a slightly different lifestyle? You'd think that's what it would be. But what happens is that Little Bear invites the wild bear to his house, and he lives like a regular bear. And then they go play in the woods. And then the wild bear just goes back with his family. It's not a two-way street. But beyond it not being a two-way street, the way that the story ends is that Little Bear says goodbye to Wild Bear, okay? And you see like a ridge. And on one side, there's Little Bear's and his parents. Fucking, where are they? These guys with their pants and their shirts and shit. These human bears. Okay, look at them. And then on the other side are the wild bear's parents. And they just look like bears. They're like, "Urgh." And the wild bear goes, bye. And he like runs off with his wild parents. And the wild bear parents kind of like eyeball the regular parents. And then that's it. It's so fucking like, okay, putting aside all of the potential weird metaphor and symbolism there of like different lifestyles or whatever I don't even know what that would be, because they're neighbors, right? They like live in the same neighborhood. How does that universe make sense? It really, because it's like, it's not like they live in different countries of the universe. They're neighbors. Little Bear lives a walk away, and Little Bear is like a 5-year-old. So they live like 4 blocks away from each other. And one of them just like exists within human society to the point where they're friends with humans and they wear clothing and celebrate birthdays. And the others are just truly just bears. I don't get it. Anyway, Little Bear's world building is very inconsistent. So I have an issue with it. Okay? If you're gonna do world building, do it better. But Little Bear is pretty fun sometimes. All right, Little Bear over. Little Bear did break me. Because the thing is, when I'm watching a show with my nephew, I'm curious to see what it's doing, right? Like, I used to be an early childhood educator. I like to see how dumb the shows are, what their goals are. And Little Bear is quite good a lot of the time, but it exists in a fantasy where sometimes I think it asks me to, you know, give it the benefit of the doubt a little too much. I can only, like, you know, hold in the fuck is this going on a little bit too much. Okay, overall feedback on the Gorgonzolar. This thing needs a more diverse action economy. Get its attacks to be doing more stuff more regularly. Give it legendary actions. Maybe make the cheese cocoon trigger after a round. Make it do less hit points than AC across the board. Just make it a thing where basically like they have to hit it twice and then it pops. And if they don't hit it twice, then it doesn't pop. Something like that. And then I think you'll be in a good spot. All right. Thank you for putting up with that crazy rant. Duluhan. Dice Admiral says it needs a Monterey I-beam, and I think that's a great idea. Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Let's get Bildo on the wheel. If it's a cheese-based campaign, the location of the cheese could be quite powerful, too. Does the on-screen text not show YouTube chat? Correct. Twitch's terms of service say if you're going to do streaming onto multiple platforms at the same time, you can only show the Twitch chat. You can complain to Twitch about it if it really makes you so sad. But I can see your chat. And Restream shows them your chat in the Twitch chat. So they still see you. It just doesn't show up on the stream. No theme for tonight. So there is... Okay, so... I talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but I'll talk about it again now. Tonight is Open Forum Homebrew Review. Wednesday is Homebrew Helper Call-In Show. So the whole gimmick of Wednesday is if you have a piece of homebrew you're working on and you need some advice with or just want to brainstorm or bounce off ideas with, like unfinished homebrew, you call in and we either talk about it or look at it together. And that's going to be Wednesday. And then Thursday, we are doing a... we're doing a scary story show where we're reading 67 word or shorter short scary stories that you write featuring D&D monsters, magic items, or spells. So that's Thursday is going to be write a scary story in 67 words or less. Why 67? You'll understand when you're older. Hopefully. Is it gonna be Sponge? Oh, probably. Sponge. What you got for us today, Sponge? This is a spell with a psychic echoing vibe. Something to cast at the start of the fight and be usable for multiple rounds. I was trying to make it weak enough to not need concentration, but you may have missed the mark. Most ongoing effect spells... If it's going to be something you control, it probably is going to require concentration. Hooray! Sometimes concentration is a power balancing thing, but sometimes it's also just like kind of where the mechanics meet the lore also. Yoda's stepmom, thank you for the resub. You're a champion. We love you. Welcome, welcome. This is called the Mindbreaker Echo. It's a 3rd level enchantment spell. Range 60 feet, duration 10 minutes in action. You hold the tube used in casting the spell to your mouth to create an unknowable truth. To speak an unknowable truth into the mind of a creature within range. Target is to make an intelligence saving throw. On a failure, they take 4d10 psychic damage and are charmed, and I guess the target is charmed or frightened by you until the start of your next turn. On subsequent turns, you can use your action to repeat the effect, but the damage decreases by 1d10 for each subsequent use. If your goal is to make this not require concentration, I would posit to you why. Why do you want this to not require concentration? Because everything that this spell does makes me feel like it should require concentration. Like, the only thing that makes it not require... The only argument I could see for that would be you can only actually keep this thing happening a couple times before it stops doing any damage. But in theory, it still charms... It keeps them charmed or frightened. So, it kind of feels like a... I guess I just don't understand... Okay, here's my thought process. What is this spell actually doing? Let's boil it down to its core components. It's doing two things. It's dealing psychic damage, and it's either giving the charmed or the frightened condition. The idea of tying those two things together is not uncommon, and I would go as far as to say is that we have a variety of spells in D&D already that basically do that tie those conditions to those sorts of damage types. I don't know if I feel like the mechanic of the 4d10 to 3d10 to 2d10 to 1d10 feels good. I think it feels too strong, first of all, sort of. And then beyond it feeling too strong, I don't feel like it makes it feel unique in a way that makes this spell stand out. It feels like it makes it feel unique in that it just makes it a little complicated, but not in a way that's going to like change the feeling. Yeah, it's better than Phantasmal Killer for sure. So there's no way in hell that this can't require concentration. And I think that even in addition to that, I think the damage is too high. But I also would push you and be like, what is the point of this? Like, let's cut the mechanics out. Cut the mechanics out. Don't think about it in terms of the charmed and the frightened condition. Don't think about it in terms of psychic damage. What is the fiction that this spell is trying to produce? Like, what's the story that like if somebody did this spell in a movie or in a story, what would it be like? And then make the spell more mechanically to fit that. Because I don't think this thing is doing anything that interesting right now. And I think that the most interesting thing it's doing is the timer down for damage, but that doesn't fit that doesn't fit the story of this spell as written, to me at least. I have no idea why the duration is 10 minutes. I'm assuming that you can only keep the effect repeating for 10 minutes, and that essentially you could choose not to do it. So, like, let's say I cast this spell on you. You would take a bunch of damage, and then you would be charmed, and then I could just opt to not use it again until, like, you know, a minute into the conversation with you, and then activate it again. But that is even more of a reason that it should require concentration. So, I think that there's some interesting ideas in here, for sure. But the main thought that I have is, like, I don't know if the dice going down is enough of a unique thing, and it doesn't feel like it's tied to this in a way that I understand. Like, I'm not seeing the through line. And I think this kind of just boils down to this is just a better version of a lot of other spells that kind of exist, like Phantasmal Killer and Phantasmal Force. It's not exactly the same, but I think that it's kind of... Dance is very similar. It should also say how it's determined if the target is charmed or frightened. Yes, that is true. You probably need to... Yeah, that should be clarified for sure. I'm going to assume that their intention is that you pick, but yeah, you still want to get that wording in there. I think if you want to do something where you're doing like you give them a headache and then they have like echoes of the headache for the next couple turns, I think you completely drop the charmed and frightened condition and you make this like a almost like the immolation spell where it's like I cast it on a creature and it does fire damage to them and then they're burning. You basically would be like a psychic version of that where it's like I cast this on you, take psychic damage, and then you take psychic damage again each of your turns and it goes a little bit down, and maybe there's some minor dizzying mental part of it also. But I think that it wouldn't be 10 minutes and I probably would lower the damage at least a little bit. Yeah. I think the charmed and frightened condition are doing this. I actually think the thing that's really making this, I think the thing that's weighing this thing down dramatically is the charmed and the frightened condition. I think if you cut that out, you're much closer to where the spell should be. Interesting idea, though. Yeah, I would cut out the charmed and frightened, start with the 4d10 that does less every turn, and see what else you should add onto that, if anything. Don't make it last 10 minutes, just make it a thing that happens, and then it's just on for however many rounds it is until it stops doing damage. Yeah, something like that. Again, that's a lot of damage, right? Like, even if you made it that's 7, 9, that's still 10d8 damage. That's still a shit ton of damage for a 3rd level spell. I would argue probably too much. So I would, play around with that a little bit, but maybe it'll be okay, but I don't know. You'd have to put some parameters. Like maybe they remake the save every round. There's a bunch of different stuff you could do, but that's sort of where my head goes. Yeah, it's over the course of 4 turns, but at least the way as written, it's 4 turns where it's just one spell that's going to keep doing it over and over again. And again, no concentration. So it's not like it's unlikely that there's very little that's going to prevent you from being able to keep doing that damage. Like normally the ongoing effects of damage are sort of balanced by the effect that there's ways to mitigate them, to either make them completely stop by like padding yourself out or by making the creature break concentration. Neither of those are options here. You can just automatically keep it going sort of no matter what. So even though it is over a period of time, it's kind of guaranteed. In a way that most other ongoing effects damage spells really are not. I mean, honestly, that might be enough of a reason to make it really not do that much else at all. Also, psychic damage. Yeah, psychic damage is strong. Is for sure strong. It's just a better witch bolt, but psychic damage. Yes. Well, no, it's a little different, but it's very similar. Yes, it's similar in design for sure. In that you're doing a big bunch of damage and then a little bit less and then a little bit less. The witch bolt is just on and then off in terms of the quality there. Interesting idea, though. Thank you very much, Sponge. I'd say start with the damage and then build up from there. Also, this should not be a bard spell. This is way too much damage for a bard spell. Yeah, I think other people pointed this out, but psychic damage makes us a little bit stronger. Also, it being on an intelligence save definitely makes it a little bit stronger, too. All very true. Thank you, Sponge. All right, let's see if we have anybody new for the big wheel. Oh, we do. My big wheel, boys. Scottish Kayaker says yes, with no concentration, you could stack the effect over and over and over again. Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a huge issue. You don't want to be able to cast this spell have this spell going more than one time at a time. That would be so fucking annoying. Yeah, for sure. And if you cast it on the same creature, it would just stack up and become stupid. Yes, 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 yes. The Scottish Kayaker wins the prize for pointing out the way that is what makes that kind of broken in a pretty core, important way. Don't the rules prevent that? I get, oh, because a creature can't be affected by the spell more than once at the same time. Is that the reason why? I guess that's probably true. No, I think you're right, Dice. I think you're right. I think you are correct. I think that you're right. Nonetheless, all of the other things that I had to say about it, I still feel very strongly because I didn't really mention that other thing because I didn't think about that other thing. Oh my god, isn't this so funny? People get spun so often. Nerd! I don't know if I've seen this person's stuff before. This is a subclass based on an anime character. Whenever you make a subclass based on an anime character, you are deciding to go into hard mode, just so you know. I want feedback on balancing the features. I'm not too worried about the flavor. Please let me know what needs to be nerfed and changed. All right. So the thing that I'm going to say is whenever you make an anime-based subclass, one of the most important things to do is, or really any character based on fiction, one of the most important things to do is to remember that it's kind of impossible for you to one second. Why is this not working? It's kind of impossible for you to capture the totality of a character in a subclass. So quite a lot of the character you need to not worry about getting in there. So on one hand, you're sort of trying to just give the vibe of the character. But and another way that you're going to think about that is anything that they can basically sort of either doesn't fit D&D or they could kind of fit in through other stuff, you don't need to give them because they could just get that in other ways. So like if a character could be really observant, then you don't necessarily need to give them that feature if they could get the observant feat, you know? Anyway, here's the piece. Let's take a look. These are called the Remnant Flame. Fighters of the Remnant Flame are masters of fire manipulation. They use the essence of fire and ash for destruction and creation. Whether for peace or battle, these fighters always leave a blazing mark. This is short opening, which is its saving grace. Your sentence structure is very similar, and you want to diversify your sentence structure a little bit. Get a little bit more bouncy with it. There's a lot of and or kind of vibes, blank of blank, or of for of, just very kind of similar. Okay, let's see what we get at third level. Control flame and produce flame, and then we get pyrokinesis. Once per turn, as an action, you can throw fire in a 15-foot line, 5 feet wide. Any creature in the line has to make a dex save. On a failed save, they take 2d6 fire damage. You can choose to hit a creature and the target takes 1d6 extra fire damage. What does that mean? Okay, so the way that this reads is as an action, you can forego your attack to shoot a 15-foot line of fire. Everybody's got to make a save or they take 2d6 fire damage. Or you can use your action to hit a creature and deal 1d6 extra fire damage. So there's no reason you would ever use your full action to hit a creature to deal 1d6 fire damage because fighters get extra attack and that's like the main thing they get. If your goal here is that you can decide to either, as your action, shoot a beam of fire or make your attack deal extra damage that turn, you need to say that. So the way that I would write that is like, you know, as an action, on your turn as an action, you can do whatever this first thing is, or you can empower your attacks so that, you know, but don't make it an action to do that. You know, you'd sort of pick either or. I don't think you would want to be doing a d6 fire damage on every single hit. I think that would be a little bit too much. So I think you'd probably want it to be like a once per turn thing. And the way that you would do that is you could actually just make them both because they're never going to happen on the same time, right? If you're using your action to cast fire line, you're not going to be able to make your attacks to do your extra damage. So just give them access to both. Just say at third level, once per turn when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you deal an extra d6 fire damage. Additionally, as an action, you can and you can shoot fire or whatever. So that way you can just make them both features that you get. And as long as you limit the amount of times you can do the fire damage, can't doing it on every attack. Doing a little bit of extra damage regularly is totally fine. Especially if it's just a d6 fire damage, that's really not that much. This is not going to be that good. My concern here is twofold. The first part is that this damage does not scale. So that means that this 3rd level feature is going to be its strongest at 3rd level. But the higher we get in the game, the less impactful 2d6 fire damage is going to be. 2d6 fire damage is going to be really impactful when you're fighting kobolds and quicklings and goblins. But when you're fighting like Death Knights and ogres and even like minotaurs, like some of the bigger, lower CR monsters, this is really going to undervalue. But there's another issue here that I think is maybe more important. Like, having this damage scale is sort of is not the hardest thing to build, but there's something important that we have to think about here, which is that this is not a ranger subclass. This is not a rogue subclass. This is not a monk subclass. It's not a barbarian subclass. This is a fighter subclass. And fighters basically get 2 things that make them really special. The first thing is they get action surge, so they could be taking multiple actions. So if I were to action surge, I could use this ability and then make an attack, and that's cool. But the other thing that they get is extra attack, and a lot of extra attack. So the other way that this power gets worse is that when I use this power at 3rd level, I am trading 1 attack for shooting a line of fire. At 5th level, I'm now trading 2 attacks for shooting a line of fire. At 11th level, now I'm trading 3 attacks. So this main feature gets worse and worse and worse the stronger and stronger we get. So one way that you could solve that would be, instead of having this be a full action to use, to have it say, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with the use of this feature, which is how all of the new Dragonborn work with their breath attack. If you were to do that, this could not be infinite in use. The only reason why this is okay being infinite in use is the fact that it takes up your whole action, which means you're losing out on all of those attacks. And this damage really, like if you are going to power this up to a way that makes it reasonable, you are gonna need to make it not infinite in use. The extra dice here, if it's supposed to tie to these two, that needs to be much clearer in the way it's written. Yeah, I don't think it works that well like this. All right, let's take a look at what we're getting at 7th level. Resistance to fire damage is a bonus action. You can give fire resistance to an ally for 1 minute. Do we need to touch the ally? How far away can they be? So like an ally, so you need to just clarify that. As a bonus action, pick an ally that you can see within 30 feet of you. As a bonus action, you can touch an ally, whatever you want the range on that to be. We get fire resistance. We can give our buddies fire resistance. I think that's a fine 7th level feature. 10th level, Ashes of the Dead. As an action, you can summon the Ashes of the Dead to attack your enemies. You summon skeletons. You can summon skeletons an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. I don't think that... I don't know what this anime that this is supposed to be, but this feels completely random. I would say that based on what we've got at 3rd level and 7th level, there's no... This belongs to a completely different subclass. So if you want to have some necromancer elements here, we need to see some foreshadowing of that earlier in these features, because this just seems so out of left field that I would say this just belongs to another class. If you're going to be letting us command the undead, I think that you got to pick your lane and how you're going to deal with it. This is not giving us enough information, and the information that this is giving us is not going to be super helpful. So if I were you, what I would do is I would look to spells that do versions of this better than the way you're writing it. So the 2 ideas that come to my mind are, 1, there's a spell called Dance Macabre, which essentially allows you to summon 5 skeletons for like a minute, and it has all the mechanics it needs for how it works in it. So just give you access to that spell once per day. Or the spell Summon Undead, which doesn't summon a bunch of skeletons, it summons 1 undead creature. But both of those are going to be mechanically much more sound than what is written here. What is written here is not super mechanically sound, and then more so you're dealing with stuff that, like, the idea of them rolling initiative, so they all are going to have their own separate initiatives. That's so fucking tedious. Like, nothing in D&D works that way anymore, because everybody knows how tedious that is. All summoned creatures just act the turn after yours now. All of them do. And then, yeah, we don't know, like, how you command them. Like, most summoned creatures, there's mechanics required. They're like, what is the limits of the commands? Do you have to use your bonus action to command? Like, how does that work? So if you want to give a feature that's summoning creatures, you should look into the mechanics for how summoned creatures are usually expressed at the table. But yeah, this really feels at random and out of left field. Let's look at 15th level, Molten Body. So part of your action surge, you can burst into flames until the end of your next turn. Any creature of your choosing within 5-foot radius of you has to make a con saving throw. If failed, the creature takes fire damage and the target ignites in flame. They take damage every turn. If the creature succeeds the saving throw, they only take half fire damage and don't ignite in flame. Okay, so rewrite the way that this is written, but let me if I'm understanding this correctly, when you action surge, you burst into flames. All creatures within 5 feet of you have to make a con saving throw or catch on fire, and they start taking fire damage, and then they can use their action, or someone else can use their action to put them out. I think that's really fun. I like that. The only thing I don't like about that is I don't love a feature. I don't actually know if I care that much in this circumstance, but I don't love when a feature is like, when you lose one feature, it means you lose another. I don't always love that, but I think that this could be fine as is. You get basically 1 action surge and then 2 action surges of a short rest. I think it's fine. Like, I like the vibe of it. If anything, this is really just making me feel like Ash of the Dead really doesn't belong here. If you cut Ash of the Dead out and do some massive tweaks to pyrokinesis, this is a really fun feeling subclass. Definitely needs some tweaks, though. Explosive tip. An explosion of fire comes from the tip of your weapon. It's a weird sentence. This is a great example of a sentence that feels weird because it's written in sort of the passive voice, as opposed to you creating an explosion that fires from your weapon. The explosion just comes from the tip. No one's in charge of it. Passive, distant third. The voice of a politician. When you hit a creature with your weapon, you can add an explosion to the attack. It's the same as the fireball spell. Don't write like that. Just write, either write it out, either say, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cast fireball centered on them. Or say, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, it can create a explosion in a 30-foot radius. All creatures within it need to make a saving throw, and like, either write it out or write the spell. Don't do this in between stuff. It makes it look really really low effort. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your con modifier. I think there's some interesting ideas here. I want to say that I think that you are outside of the Ashes of the Dead. I'm just going to ignore that because I don't feel like that fits this subclass at all. The fire wielding fighter, I think, is an interesting idea, and I think that you do some things here really nicely that I think are worth pointing out. I think giving us both of these cantrips is a great way to just cover 80% of the role play that we're going to need to feel like we can control fire. I think fire aversion, where we can be fire resistant and give it to our friends, is a really simple way to give us that sort of defensive thing. But, and here's the big but, pyrokinesis, molten body, and explosive tip. Now, I'm not familiar with the anime that this is based on. So if these are 3 like very specific powers that this character gets that you are trying to embody, that's one thing. But if these are just 3 iterations of fire power that you are trying to show, I would say play around with them a little bit. I feel like pyrokinesis might not be the move to show how you can be a fire manipulator. And I feel like, same with explosive tip, I feel like both of these, they could work, but I feel like you could take either of these out and replace them with any number of other you summoning some iteration of fire ability in some shape, you know? And I don't know if these are the right ones, and if I don't know if these are the best expressions. I think fire aversion feels really solid. I think the idea that when you action surge, you can set creatures around you on fire is awesome. And I think that's really fun. And I think that everything else feels like it could work. But again, it feels like it could be switched out for something else. Like, I could easily see this being this being like you can cast Investiture of Flame on yourself, or, you can cast a Wall of Fire, or you can cast a Chardalon Stride, or I mean, there's a bunch of like random fire spells that create different fire-esque effects that I could see either of these kind of being replaced with. And I don't know what the right answer is there, but I would spend at least a little bit of time and play around with that. And if these are supposed to be very specifically tied to an anime character doing a thing, then I think this definitely needs some tuning. It needs to be stronger for sure, and then maybe a little limited in use. And I think this needs a little bit more clarity of language. And I also think casting Fireball centered on yourself is not going to be the best all the time, because you're still taking some of that fire damage. So I don't know if I would just copy Fireball spell word for word. I might write out an ability so I don't have to give them access to a spell, but then write a bunch of caveats for them having access to that spell. That feels like it's sort of like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. It does have a little bit of an Eldritch Knight feel, and I think that's because a lot of these powers are essentially spells. Like, this is basically an alternative version of Scorching Ray. Not Scorching Ray, Agazar's Scorcher, right? It's like, which is basically just a different version of this spell. This literally is Fireball. These are 2 cantrips. And I don't think there is anything that does this exactly, but that also might be why I like this feature the most. I don't really have more thoughts. I'm not familiar with the anime, so I can't speak to the Ashes of the Dead feature, which I'm assuming is tied into that. But I think that if that's a really key part of this, where you're like doing stuff with spirits or the dead, that needs to be felt in more than just one feature. A little bit, even if it's just in ribbony ways, Like, for example, maybe you don't get 2 fire spells. Maybe you get 1 fire spell and maybe you get like Control Fire and Chill Touch. Or maybe when you do this feature, you can do some combination of either blasting things with fire or doing, I don't know, some undead shenanigans. See ya, Numi. Have a good one, buddy. Interesting idea. I think there's definitely some space to build this thing out. And I think it could be really strong. I do want to say, nerd, considering this is based off of an anime, this is fantastic. You should feel very proud of how reasonable and thematic that is. Because so often when we look at pieces based off anime, they are jank. They are the definition of jank and bloat and shplechel. So be proud. It's a pretty solid piece. Thank you, thank you. I mean, it's a solid draft outside of the context of anime, but in the context of being based on anime, it's like it's a gold star. Like, that is a really good first draft for it being based off anime. Oh, that was a whoopsie, Pasta. That was a whoopsie. I can change that right now. That was a big old whoopsie. Because I think I was a part of the form where I asked you to say what year it's from. Yeah. Big old whoopsie on my part. Whoopsie daisy, as they say. You know, I love saying nerd. I call you guys nerds every day of my life. Bugga 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 bugga. I love calling you nerds. You're the nerdiest kids this side of the Mississippi. If you weren't here, what would I do with my time? I'd be the nerdiest kid. We can't have that. Brent. This is your submission from a few challenges ago. This is the Oath Keeper, which is the opposite of the Oath Breaker. A couple weeks ago, we did an opposite subclass challenge. You don't mind being a nerd? People get really annoyed when I call them nerds, but it's like, I feel like a nerd is like a reasonable term these days. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. All right, let's see what we get here. So for spells, we get Command, Charm Person, Zone of Truth, Hold Person, Speak with the Dead, Sending, Compulsion, Charm Monster, Gish, and Dominate Person. I'm curious how this is going to be the opposite. It really seems like it's not the opposite mechanically at all, just in terms of vibe. That's what this looks like to me. Why is the Oathbreaker on the side? Because they're showing the one that it's the opposite of, I think. So ease of use. They're like, you want to know what's the opposite of? Boom! You don't got to look for it. It's right there. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain 2 channel divinities, Invite Pledge, and Impel Pact. As an action, you can bind a willing creature to you with an agreed upon condition. Until you die or release them from the pledge, they have the following. While they keep their oath, once per turn, they can add 1d4 radiant damage to their attack. If they break their oath, they must make a wisdom saving throw, or you both take 1d8 psychic damage. You can use a bonus action to apply this effect. I would not allow you to do that. That's annoying. That's literally giving you a mechanic to tell another player that they're playing their character wrong. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give a player a mechanic that encourages them to punish another player. Yeah, bad move. You can use an action to release the creature from their pledge. You can bind a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus. This is much too strong as written, because the way that it's written, it sounds like it's infinite use. Like, as long as they're following the oath, they just are always getting that extra damage. And I don't really think that makes sense. I think that's much too strong. I think if you want... I also want to push you a little bit on the mechanic, because I think you got to ask yourself a question, which is, do you want there to be actual mechanical ramifications for the oath they have to take, or no? Because I think if you do want actual ramifications for the oath they need to take, then there need to be stronger parameters for what that oath can entail. Because the way that this is written, it implies that there's not a time limit on it, because it can be turned off by you breaking your oath. But I could make an oath to do anything. So the time limit becomes, so the breaking of the oath is inherently easy to not do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I could make an oath to never eat a pomegranate, and then I just have divine favor forever. Yeah. So I think that you need to mechanize the oath system a little bit more. And what that could mean is, I don't know if you've played the game of Vermintide, but the way that Vermintide works is when you pick like the paladin class, you have like special missions, and if you accomplish those missions, you get a bonus. So it could be something like that, where it's like, you know, they have to make an oath to hit a creature every turn. They have to make an oath to, you know, like very mechanical, like a gamified thing that they can do to keep it going. And if they fail to do that thing, it turns off. But it needs to be much more gamified, I think, if you want it to be. If the thing we're getting out of it is very gamified, then the thing that keeping it going, I think, also needs to be gamified. Let's look at impel action. As an action, you can target a humanoid creature you can see. This should have a range. Wisdom saving throw. If you've witnessed them betray the trust of another in the past 8 hours, they roll at disadvantage. I appreciate this from a flavor text perspective. It's another one where I'm going to be like, what does that mean mechanically? What does it mean? Betray the trust. This is a very vague term that is the triggering effect of a very precise mechanic. So whatever the triggering effect of a very precise mechanic is going to be, that needs to be pretty precise also. Again, this would be much more reasonable to be vague and open-ended if the thing it did was open-ended, but it's not. On a failure, you take total and precise control of the target. What does that mean? I guess we'll find out. Until the end of your next turn, the target only takes the actions you choose and doesn't do anything that you don't allow it to. During this term, you can also cause the creature to use its reaction, but this requires you to use your own reaction as well. If the target takes damage, the effect ends. Man, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I would say I don't this is just dominate monster at level 3. This is like 8th level spell, 7th level spell power at level 3. I think it's much too strong. I also think that we are getting versions of it, right? Like, we're getting dominate person here. We're getting hold person here. We're getting charm person here. We're getting command here. We're getting 16 different ways to control creatures. We don't need it in the channel divinity. I'm going to be honest. I would come up with something completely different for this. I think this is much too strong. And I think it's also just doing stuff that we are already getting up here. So it feels redundant. Let's look at 7th level. What's up, Robert? How's it going, buddy? Are you having a good day? A good eve? A good morning? Whatever time it is for you? Hey, Rob, you son of a bitch. When are we going to get into a D&D game together? Huh? Either AJ's got to put us in a session together, or we got to get something going on that ain't Castleton, my guy. One of the two. You have a lot more emotional pressure, peer pressure over AJ than I do. So I don't know if that's the route we need to take. But I want to get in a session with you or a campaign or something sooner than later, dude. Come on, baby. I'm going to be great. I'll be your star. And everyone in New Zealand will be like, wow, who's that guy? You know? Which is really my dream. People say they want everyone in Australia to recognize them, but no, they don't. They want everyone in New Zealand to recognize them. Dude, I'll do any sort of RPG. I'll do a one-page RPG. You want me to be really shallow about New Zealanders? I'll be so fucking shallow right now. And this is something that I know from, this is one of those, like, your personal perception does not equate to universal truths. So I know this is not a universal truth. This is my own perception and perspective. But I used to do a lot of traveling. I spent quite a lot of time in different places in the world. Oftentimes encountering other people who were doing traveling. I spent a lot of time with people that spoke English that were not from the United States. This is what it's like to meet different people from other countries. Not for the most part, but depending on the order that you meet them in, when you meet Australians, you're like, oh, these are like some of the most fun, hectic, attractive people. That's what you think if you meet Australians first. And then if you meet Australians, and then after you meet Australians, if you meet New Zealanders second, what you think New Zealanders are is you go, oh, these are like Australians, but they're a little bit less abrasive and a little bit more attractive. That's what you think. So it's like Australia is like the more intense version. If you meet New Zealanders first, it's more of a negative interaction, I think, because you go New Zealand and you're like, oh my God, everyone here is like a little hectic, super attractive, and like really calm. And then you go to Australia or meet Australians and you're like, oh, you're like that, but you're minus the calm. It also looks like you might really like opening beer bottles with your teeth. They're still much more attractive than Americans. Let's be real. I'm calling it like I sees it. But if you're going to compare the two nations, in my personal experience, the Kiwis got a little bit of a leg up. Real Cinder lore? It's all real lore, my guy. It's all real lore. I've talked to you guys about this before, right? My international crusades. Anyway, let's look at this aura of trust. You can't say the C word nearly as much. I can't say it at all. Unless by C word you mean Carnifex, which is a type of monster from a different setting. Aura of trust. Trust, I hardly nust. I'll say this, Rob. I don't want to peer pressure AJ to put me or my character in any scenes with any particular people out of selfishness, because I feel like I don't want to force it. Like, I feel like that's more, I'm comfortable with you doing that on my behalf, but I don't want to be like, oh man, I really want to play a game with Captain Biddlesticks, so I should really make my character have a scene with them, because I want to go with the flow. That being said, the flow might very well put us in a similar path. I do think that it will be interesting, to say the least, if our characters meet each other in a way that would not have been nearly as interesting before. My character arc is it pointing at you? If my character arc is pointing at you, I think there's a piece of information that you have that I don't. I also have not been scheduled for any games yet. I know that AJ is starting to do recordings, so I don't know when my first game is going to be. I saw a bunch of people have recordings this week. I didn't get any scheduling notifications. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just listen. AJ told me that she thought my character would be bumping into a bunch of new people. I did also say to her very specifically that part of what I liked so much about the first part of Castleton was just meeting new people, and I wanted to keep meeting new people. What's up, Venusian son? How's it going? Yeah. I'm excited to see where that shit goes. I don't think our characters are going to fight, Rob. But I think from a roleplay perspective, the playing field would be, and I don't mean that me roleplay fighting you roleplay. I mean, if our characters were having a pushing against each other moment that was not done with rolling dice, but was done with them having a conversation, I think Otter would be able to push some buttons that what's his name might not be able to. That it might be a fairer fight. As soon as we start having to actually roll dice, I think you would just kill me, because you're a big, strong guy. I'm just a little guy. All right, let's keep looking at this piece. Aura of Trust. At 7th level, creatures that you choose within 10 feet of you can transfer up to half the damage they receive to you, reducing the damage they take by the same amount. The total damage that a creature can transfer cannot exceed your power paladin level. The effect resets when you complete a long rest. This is okay, so are you saying, is the intention here that if you're the paladin and I'm the fighter, that every day when I'm within 10 feet of you, when I take damage, I can redirect half of it to you, up until me redirecting your paladin's level of damage, and then I can no longer interact with that ability. That seems complicated. I also feel like that is going to happen really fast. Like, if I'm reducing the damage, like 7 damage is good. That's gonna be one hit, right? Things do more than 14 damage a lot of the time at level 7. I don't know if this is the move here, man. I don't know if the transferring damage is the move here. It feels weird. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like it connects to this subclass idea. And I think this mechanic, either I'm misunderstanding it, in which case I think it's quite unclear, or I am understanding it, in which case I think it's going to have basically no impact on the game. This reminds you of the Redemption Paladin. What does the Redemption Paladin get? Now I'm curious. When a creature within 10 feet of you takes damage, you can use your action to magically take that damage instead. Yes. Not only is this is too similar to the Redemption Paladin. My guess is that Brent did not know the 7th level feature of that Redemption Paladin, but yes, honestly, I'm going to be, the way that you make this feature balanced and reasonable is you just make it this feature, which I don't think you want to do, but I would say this feature is a reasonable expression of the feeling of this feature. And if you based this off of the Redemption Paladin, but we're trying to make it something sort of different, I don't think this is nearly different enough. It still feels basically the same as the Redemption Paladin, just with an extra layer of complicated to get to that end goal of you are mitigating damage. Starting at 7th level, whenever a creature takes damage within 10 feet of you, you can absorb the damage. Yes, you would want it to be worded like that for sure, Rob. That is a good point. But I would even push back further and be like, I don't think that is enough of a fix here. Because again, I think this is just basically the same as the 7th level feature of the Redemption Paladin. And I don't think it should be, right? I think it should be its own thing. What do we get at 15th level? As an action, for 1 minute... have advantage. You're missing a word here. As an action, for 1 minute, you have advantage on all wisdom insight checks and can sense when a creature within 30 feet of you is telling a deliberate lie or concealing an important truth. You cannot use this feature again until you complete a long rest. I would put forth to you, why are we getting advantage on insight checks and then also being able to tell when creatures are lying? That feels like it's unnecessary, right? That's like saying, you get resistance to fire damage, but also you take half damage on all fire damage. Like, maybe there's a couple like unique circumstances where getting advantage on insight checks is not going to be used for things other than creatures concealing the truth or lying, but like not that often. If we're already auto pinging when creatures lie, I don't think we need to be doing anything with insight, or vice versa. Like, I think we don't need to do both. I think we should pick one. I also think getting advantage on insight checks is not nearly enough of a 15th level feature, so you would need something else there. But I wouldn't want the thing it's doing to just be the reason you would be doing those insight checks in the first place. Again, I'm also going to push you here, my guy, and I'm going to say I think you've lost the plot. I don't think this feels like it ties to the subclass. This doesn't feel like I'm helping people keep their oath. This feels like I'm an inquisitor. This feels like I'm looking for liars. At 20th level, as an action, you can form a bond with up to 5 creatures within 30 feet of you. For 1 minute, all bonded creatures gain true sight to 30 feet and have advantage on wisdom checks. Interesting idea. I don't actually think giving more than one creature true sight matters 99% of the time. And I don't think this is going to be nearly as powerful as you think it's going to be. Specifically because the real power of true sight is anyone in the party having it, not everyone in the party having it. You don't really usually need more than one person to have it to get the benefit out of it. And I would say the exact same thing about wisdom checks. One party member rolling a really good perception check is usually enough for the other party members to not need to do that. So I don't think get us like this feels like it's like we're getting a bunch of abilities that are buffs to many creatures, but I actually think the impact is going to be fairly minimal in terms of the feel. So I would probably go in a different direction with this feature. This feels like a paladin that's about forcing other people to keep their word, not a paladin about keeping their word. Well, I agree, Arc Languish, and I think the main thing I would say here is I think that the only way you're going to make this work is that if it doesn't feel like it's forcing people to keep their oath, it's supporting people in keeping their oath. As soon as you're forcing someone to keep their oath, you're not an oath keeper paladin. You're more of like a conquest paladin, right? Because that's domination. That's not oath keeping. So I would move away from those sorts of features. But again, separate from that, I don't understand why we're getting Keeper's Insight. I don't understand why we're getting Promise of Truth. They feel kind of random. Like, this isn't the Insight Paladin. This isn't the Paladin that's like, nah, now you see the error of your ways. Like, if anything, that's the Redemption Paladin, right? This isn't a Redemption Paladin. So I don't understand why the Revelation of Truth is such a key aspect to it. Interesting idea, though. There's definitely some fun things to play around with here, although I do think it needs a good chunk of work before I think it will feel like a true solid piece with its own unique identity. All right, Brent, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Brent a round of applause. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate. Boof. Let's see if there's anybody new for the big wheel. Oh, we got a bunch. Okie dokie. What did you message me? Oh, I'll look at it. I see you message Rob. I'll look at it later. A bucket, 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 a bucket. It's Poomossum. Ah, yes, Poomossum. This is an update of an old subclass I made. It's balanced a little oddly as to not totally step on the toes of the Tavern Brawler or Grappler feat. But I also don't want those feats to be required to make this subclass good. Worried about bloat. Would love feedback on balance around damage and playability in terms of complexity versus overhead. All right. All of that is going to make me say that I feel like you already know the work this thing needs. And maybe I'm just going to be acting as a encourager of doing the right thing. But we'll see. There it is in the chat. Path of the Hooligan. Some barbarians grew up in the streets and broken alleyways of society. Thugs, pub boxers, bop. Sometimes a fool, sometimes a genius, perhaps both. These sentences are way too long. You see how you're doing, like, here's examples, and now here's more examples, now here's more examples, now here's more examples. Everything has 3 examples. You don't want that. It gets boring to read. All right, let's see what we're getting at 3rd level. And by examples, what I mean, just to clarify, is like, they're this and this. They do this with this, this, and this. Sometimes they're this. Sometimes they're this. Sometimes they're this. Sometimes they're this. Like, you know what I mean? You see what I mean? It's like, it's a lot of ba 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 in a way that all of the ba 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 just turns into baba mush. And it's a little repetitive. You want to have some little bit more dynamic variety in your sentence structure. At 3rd level, we get 2 features, Ruffian and Improviser. While raging, you gain the following benefits if you aren't wearing heavy armor. Why are we bringing armor into this? When you use your attack action with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. Okay. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of an attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also use either the grapple or push option of unarmed strikes. You can use this benefit only once per turn. Okay. Are we not getting a way to deal extra damage with our hits? Proficiency with improvised weapons. Once per turn while raging, when you hit a creature with an improvised weapon, if it's the first time you've ever hit any creature with that object, the attack deals extra damage equal to your charisma modifier. This is not working. Objects that your allies have already knowingly carried for more than a minute. Okay, so here's the main issue fundamentally right off the start. What's up, Poncho? How's it going, buddy? It's been a long time, dude. What's up, Tradosio? How's it going? This is Puma Awesome's piece. Okay, so two big concerns. One, you are giving us our main mechanic is based around us using unarmed attacks or improvised weapons. So we are either, but it's coming with no way of making those good. So we are being incentivized to do less damage, or we don't get access to our core third level feature. That's the first major red flag. I think neither of these, completely honest, I don't think either of these works if this is what we're getting at third level. I think if you can't give us a unique way to, if you can't bake in us getting an unarmed strike that does a reasonable amount of damage, I would say then this doesn't work. Like, just cold call straight up. Like, there's no reasonable, like, I don't want to have to multi-class monk or take a feat in order for our subclass to work. And right now I do. And I don't like that. The other thing is that the only extra damage we do is hyper limited in this very annoying, tedious situation where it's only when it's the first time we've ever hit a creature with this item anytime ever, which I get what you're doing here, right? Like your goal is like, I'm pulling out another thing, I'm hitting you. I'm pulling out another thing, I'm hitting you. But A, that's so obnoxious to keep track of that I don't think it's going to be fun. This feature will never work with magic items. It will, like, you know what I mean? Like, this feature does not allow us to consistently deal damage at all. And beyond that, even if we did, let's say, you know, I just have a bag full of bowling pins, so I always have a new item to hit something with. The extra damage is equal to our charisma modifier? That's not good. Like, barbarians are already really multi-class, multi-ability score dependent. I don't think any of this works. I really, and I don't mean that rudely, but I don't think any of this works. I think this is not enough extra damage. It's too annoyingly situational, and both of these features require you to do other things. Otherwise, you're just doing one damage, and that sucks. I just don't think it works. Yeah, you don't need to say minimum 0. If you want to do a minimum, you'd make it 1. Because 0 is implied if the charisma modifier is 0. So yeah, we'll keep reading, but I will say on a fundamental level, I think that, unfortunately, I think this... You said your goal was to, like, you know, sort of make it... What did you say? It's supposed to not step on the toes of Tavern Brawler or Grappler. Yeah, but it needs them. Yeah, so you say you don't want it to require those feats to feel good. It does. So I would say fundamentally, third level, completely scrap and redo. Let's take a look at 6th level. At 6th level, you thrive through trial and error. After you use a particular object as an improvised weapon for the first time, it gains a mastery property from the table below, either by the DM choosing or by rolling a table. You can use this property, and it doesn't count against the number of properties you use with weapon mastery. Getting an extra weapon mastery on top of your weapons mechanic is good. I don't think it works because our improvised weapons suck. That's what I'm gonna be on. Like, I don't think it matters. I think the extra little mechanic does not make up for it. At 6th level, we can now do the resistance immunity to damage thing. That makes sense. We need something like that. Pratfall. At 10th level, you know how to fight dirty. If you aren't wearing heavy armor, you don't need that. When a creature that you can see hits you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to fake the impact. If you do, the attack misses and you knock yourself prone. You look unconscious as you remain prone. Take no actions or don't move. Creatures who take a search action to look at you learn you are conscious. You can't use this ability while you're already prone. What is this? I don't understand what this does. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So, does this just allow you to make an attack auto miss? I think it'll make. I think this attack. This is a really long way of saying you can make an attack automatically miss you with a reaction. I don't know if an auto miss is something I would give a barbarian. On one hand, I don't know if I would give anyone a thing that makes a creature automatically miss. On the other hand, there's a whole bunch of barbarian mechanics that are like kind of defied by that in a way that I don't think works super well. Yeah, I don't know if I would do an auto miss, man. It feels kind of random compared to everything else in the subclass. I know that I told you need to remove everything else pretty much so far, but assuming that the ideology here is that you're like a fighting with random objects kind of brawly guy, the pratfall feels like it would belong to a different subclass. I don't know. I don't see it tying to this one. Is this supposed to be a comical subclass? I'm not seeing the joke. If this is intended to be a funny subclass, it doesn't read it doesn't read like it's intended to be funny. It feels like half Tavern Brawler, half WWE. Yeah, kind of. All right, let's look at Ringleader. You've learned to manipulate people, blah, 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 blah. Add your strength modifier to all charisma checks and charisma saving throws. That's reasonable, but it's also like too little too late. And adding it to all of them just feels kind of like bland. Why are we adding our strength to our deception checks? I don't know. In addition, while raging, I don't know. While raging, when you critically hit with an unarmed strike, you can stun the target of your attack until the end of the creature's next turn. I just feel like you're just trying to turn the barbarian into like a half monk, and I just don't think you need to. Just play a monk, right? Like everything this does just makes me feel like you're trying to bake a monk into a barbarian, and I don't think it really is working right now. If a creature enters a space adjacent to you or starts to turn there while you're prone in this way, you can use your reaction to make an attack against that creature or something. Something like that could work. I mean, if you want to do something with you being prone and going up, that's a cool mechanic to play around with too. But I would need that to be foreshadowed somewhere, if not in the mechanics of the earlier features, then in the description of the subclass. But like the way this thing is written, I don't feel like it's a subclass. I feel like you're trying to squeeze different aspects of the monk and some random feats into a barbarian. I think it's missing that. I think it's missing the special sauce. Like, what makes this special? I don't know what makes this special. You know? There's not really an aspect of this that makes it feel special. This is all sort of shittier versions of monk stuff. This is a very limited way to deal a tiny bit of extra damage sometimes. Is getting to double up on weapon mastery is what makes this special? Maybe? But everything else just kind of feels blechel. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I appreciate that you are trying to redo an old subclass, you're trying to fix up an old subclass, but I genuinely think you have to rethink your core concept a little bit. Like, clarify the vibe or the mechanics, ideally both. And don't do the charisma stuff. I really don't think it fits. Like, maybe doing a thing where you can do strength for charisma stuff, that's fine. But like, it's not, it don't work here. You think this is trying to achieve something that there is no need for because you could just pick Tavern Brawler? Honestly, I don't 100% disagree, but I think that there's always opportunities to build something new, even if it's similar to something that exists. But again, if you're going to do that, it needs to feel unique. It needs to feel special. It needs to have something in it that's making me as the reader be like, oh, now I understand why this exists. Like, this mechanic makes this thing worth building off of. And right now it doesn't really have that. There's not an anchor, you know? Alrighty. Thank you, Poom Awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't use it either right now. It's not doing enough. It's just not going to have enough impact. Thank you. Kaboosh. Alrighty, let's check. Oh, we got a new person for the member wheel. A little our Venusian son. Venusian, I hardly Venusian. That doesn't work that well. Bagadu 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 bagadu. And it's Burger Pal. Poom Awesome, you literally just missed yours. We literally just finished talking about it. I will tell you the nutshell feedback is not going to be too... The briefest nutshell would be, unfortunately, I think you fail at your core goal. I think that in order for that subclass to felt like it works at all, it does require you to either take a feat or a level of monk or something like that. And I think the main issue I have with the whole subclass is that it doesn't have anything that feels that special. The whole thing sort of feels like it's half versions of monks or just somebody that just took a couple feats. And I would encourage you, it needs a core mechanic that feels unique and special that you can build off of and around, even if it's like one that you get at later levels that you can sort of foreshadow in earlier ones, but it kind of just doesn't have that right now. If you want to see a more of an in-depth review, go, you know, watch the replay. But yeah, I think it's an idea that for better or worse, it felt like it missed the mark. This was initially made for opposite subclass day, opposed to the Divination Wizard. I think the level 2 and 17 features need the most love right now. Let's take a look. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. School of obfuscation. This is a great word if you have a speech impediment. The devil's cleverest wile is to make men believe that he does not exist. All right, a long one. Why are we getting a level 4 feature? What the fuck is this a subclass for? Who made this? Burger Pal, why are you giving this a 4th level feature? And just answer me in the chat right now. Is this in like an intentional step away from the normal subclass building, or was this a mistake? Was this an intentional decision or an unintentional decision? Mistake? Okay, so do you want me to just ignore these features, or do you want me to share my thoughts on them? Because I'm not sure how to review them if they're placed at the 4th level. Okay, I guess I'll share how I feel about where maybe they could fit. Wizards don't get 5th level features, Burger Pal. Burger Pal, you've made some subclasses before, haven't you? I guess you haven't. Have you not made a subclass before? So the very first thing you got to do if you're going to make a subclass is you got to look at classes that exist for that class. That's the first thing you got to do. This might seem like an annoying thing, but if you don't do it, you end up in a situation like we're in now, where unfortunately, I'm not going to really be able to give really good advice because you didn't follow the most basic steps to making a subclass. The most basic steps to making a subclass are looking at what levels you get subclass features on. So a wizard, which is, I believe, what you're doing here, yes, they get features at 2nd level, 6th level, 10th level, and 14th level. That's it. So a lot of these things just aren't going to work. And I think that in the future, genuinely take your time to take the minor amount of work it will take to look at how subclasses function before you try to build a subclass for a class, and you're just going to save yourself a lot of time. You're not going to waste time building features that just don't fit, you know? Okay, so let's see what this thing does. When you choose this subclass at 2nd level, you gain proficiency in Charisma Deception and the ability to alter how your magic is perceived. When you cast a spell that requires a saving throw, you can disguise the spell, forcing affected creatures to succeed on an Arcana check against your spell save DC. On a failed check, creature makes its saving throw with disadvantage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. So, if I'm reading this correctly, when you cast a spell that requires a saving throw, you can force a creature to make an Arcana check against your spell save DC, and if they fail, they have disadvantage on the save. That feels like a extra complicated step to getting to the goal of a player having disadvantage on the save. Like, I guess it's probably okay. Like, it's not the most hectic thing, but it doesn't really feel like anything. Like, one of the issues that I think people bump into a lot of the time when they make subclasses based on casters is that they really do this, where they lean into the features giving you, making like your spell casting stronger. And I think that that's a bad idea. It's a bad head place to start from, because like, a feature that makes your spellcasting stronger is kind of a nothing burger. Like, it doesn't actually make it doesn't make your wizard feel any different from any other wizard. It just makes them feel like they're wizard but better. So, while I get the vibe of, like, you are, making people have to understand the magic of your spellcasting or they're weaker to it, it's still just that. And I think that could be reasonable, but it doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's adding anything. What do you mean it's not simple? I don't understand. I'm confused. All right, I'm just going to ignore that, not worry about it. All right, let's see what these features are. Maybe they can help solve some problems. There's a bonus action. You can choose one non-hostile creature you've conversed with in the last 10 minutes. That creature loses memory of that conversation. You can use this feature once and it recharges after a long rest. There's spells that do versions of this. This is another one. It's like, my question would be, what is the point of this feat? Like, is this this feels like is this an enchantment wizard? Why are we getting this? I don't know. This is good. I don't understand why we're getting this feature. If I understood why we were getting it, I might want to talk about it more, but I would just say I would just remove it. This isn't the mind warping. I guess it is the mind warping one. Yeah, I don't know. What does a non-hostile creature mean? There's too much. This is just too powerful. I just think it's too powerful. Like, Modify Memory is basically the same as this spell, and Modify Memory is a 5th level spell, which you don't normally get access to until, like, much higher level, like I think level, like, 8 or 9. And then on top of that, it requires a saving throw. So this is a Modify Memory that doesn't require a saving throw, and can't be counterspelled, can't be detected. I just think it might be too strong. Maybe it could be reasonable at higher levels, but certainly not this low. When an ally within 30 feet of you casts a spell that charms a creature, you can use your reaction to expend a spell slot at the same level as the spell cast to mask the spell's influence. This is already too much. The fact that this ability only triggers if another creature casts a spell that charms a creature is too much of a niche parameter. Like, this is a great thing for, like, a magic item, maybe, but this think about it like this. This ability literally doesn't do anything unless you have another spellcaster in your party that has spells that charm creatures, which is a lot of ifs. So I would just say, just get rid of this too. I don't even need to read the rest of it. Yeah, I just think it's unnecessary. Like, is this just trying to make you cast Subtle Spell, basically? Yeah, and then you're just, it just feels like it's in, but like, I think part of the issue here is like, a lot of the expression of the mechanics that we're seeing here, I feel like they just belong to other subclasses. Like, why are we messing with charming creatures? I don't know, that just feels like enchantment wizard stuff. I'm having a hard time seeing the through line. Maybe that's because there's also just features where they shouldn't be. Veil of Confusion. At 6th level, you gain the power to manipulate the reactions of those around you. It's a bonus action. You can target up to 4 creatures within 60 feet that you can see and force them to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they become disoriented. You can't use your reaction until the end of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't do so. You can finish short or long rest. All right. I'm going to be real blunt here. All of these features... Let me read this one again. A lot of these features just feel fucking kind of random. Like, we're getting the empowered spell sorcerer meta magic feature here. We're getting a minor version of the modify memory spell here, but also significantly stronger than it. We're getting a version of subtle spell here. And now we're getting a version of like the slow spell or confusion. I'm just not sure why. I guess I'm not seeing the through line. For Slipped Mind, I would go with casting it on a word that the target is no longer allowed to think of to derail charisma checks. That, Numi, that's a fun idea for a magic item. Our Burger Pal does not need a complicated niche mechanic. They need the opposite of that. They need simple, straightforward mechanics that are fairly applicable in a variety of circumstances, that don't require a great deal of figuring out where they're applicable, and don't have too many steps to them. All of these have too many steps to them. At 10th level, you become harder to nail down. You're immune to spells or effects that... Okay, I'm going to be honest, Burger Pal. I think we could stop reading this here. I don't think we need to read the rest of these. Here's what I'm going to say. I think that you need to do 2 things if you really want to write subclasses. The first thing that you need to do is you need to take some time and go look at the other wizard subclasses, because there are a lot of things. There's patterns. They're not all super obvious, but there's things that you will notice that are important to pick up on that this just doesn't have, and it feels fucking weird. And it's hard to feel like this thing feels like anything. It feels like a bunch of random features is what it feels like to me. So the first thing that every wizard subclass gets is at second level, they get a unique way to interact with magic. Every single one does. All of the wizards that are tied to a specific school of magic, the unique way they get to interact with magic is that they can write the spell scrolls of that school down faster and cheaper. If you're not tied to a specific school of magic, you have some other unique way that you can interact with magic. The scribe wizard gets their magic pen. The war wizard, the battle mage, whatever it's called, gets like the minor shield saving throw bonus it can always throw around. The blade singer gets its blade dance. Like, they get unique ways that they can like interact with magic. This doesn't get that. Deceptive casting is not that. Deceptive casting is just an empowered version of casting your spell. It's not a unique way of interacting with magic. So this needs that. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you are going to make the features you give your subclass, especially if it's a spellcasting subclass, if you were going to make all of those features do a special thing, which is what these are doing, right? All of these are like, there's a bonus action, you do this special thing. This is a big, all these are just doing extra special, they're doing special things. You're essentially giving them more spells on top of their spells, which is not really what you want to do a lot of the time with spellcasting subclasses. Because a lot of a spellcaster comes down to, they can do a lot by just picking the right spells. So anything that they can do by picking the right spells, you shouldn't give them. You don't need to give them. They can do that by picking the right spells. You want to give them access to features that they cannot accomplish through normal spells that they have access to, or features that are not single-use activatable, but change them overall. Because what you're going to end up with is, if you do too many features that feel like they're little activational features, it just feels like it's a wizard that's more wizard. And that's not what we want. We want this to feel like a unique subclass. So if I were you, I would probably go back to the drawing board with a lot of these features, and I would say, this 6th level feature, what does this sell about the fiction? Why am I targeting 4 creatures to make a wisdom saving throw and they lose their reactions? What is that doing? And if you're like, I don't know, then drop it. And if you're like, oh, this is because you are affecting their ability to, you're changing their memory, you know, whatever. If there's a reason for it that makes sense, great, make that much more evident here. But I sort of go through these features and I feel like I don't understand why this subclass has them. And I feel that way for almost all of them so far, except for the memory one, but that just feels too strong. I like the direction that you're going in with these 10th level features of like, you become harder to spot and your stuff becomes harder to spot. That's cool. This is more the types of mechanics that make sense to give, but we gotta get to this in a reasonable way, and this is not doing that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, even the reality unraveling, all of these just feel like they're overcomplicated versions of things that are basically spells already. Like, this just seems like an overly complicated way of making something invisible or making a creature not be able to notice something. There's like a bunch of spells that basically just do that. This doesn't, I don't know, man. So if I were you, the main thing that I would say is go back to the drawing board with confidence. Don't feel bad about it. And then say, what is this wizard doing that's unique? And then make it do those things. Because right now, I think that you are giving it, it doesn't feel like it's doing enough that's unique. Like I don't feel the fiction of it in the features. I feel it a little bit at the 10th level, but that's about it. Everything else feels like it's kind of like an overcomplicated way of giving us access to alternative versions of spells that don't feel that alternative, or just kind of like overpowered features. Or features that are like maybe reasonable, but they're not selling a fiction. Like enchanting, like Veil of Confusion is not overpowered, but I don't feel like that feels like it belongs to anything. Deceptive Casting is strong, maybe too strong, but again, I don't think that feels like it's selling a fiction of anything. Why does a creature have to make an Arcana check? Why does a creature making an Arcana check, failing an Arcana check, making your spell stronger? Like, how does that tie into this at all? I feel like that wouldn't make any sense. If anything, it would be like you can make a deception check against a creature's insight. You know what I mean? Like something where you're like, you at least use the skills and mechanics involved with like noticing hidden things. Like Arcana check feels fucking random, right? It's not like you are crafting the spell in such a elegant way that only the true masters of the arcane are going to be able to decipher it. And you know that, no, that's not what you're doing. That's not what this is about. So don't base it off of Arcana. But even then, I don't know. I don't really have much more to say. I'm now just sort of rambling. I think I've gotten my ideas across. I think there's a handful of interesting ideas in here. A lot of ideas that are basically parts of spells that don't need to be here. And I think you gotta. This started as the opposite of a divination wizard. Great. It is no longer the opposite of a divination wizard. Now make it something. How can you make the school of obfuscation, whatever the fuck that word is, feel different than just a different version of an illusion wizard or an enchantment wizard? Because right now, it doesn't feel that different than those. And if you're like, fuck, I don't know how to make it different than those, then make it something else. Because then, you know what I mean? Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Burger Pal a round of applause. How your subclass feels needs to be evident in how you are able to use their abilities. Yes, 100%. Very well said. Very well said. Illusion wizards are obfuscation wizards with a different name. Yes, I mostly agree with that, Numi. I mostly agree with that. Okie dokie. Kaboosh. Anybody new for the big wheel? A couple. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Most concepts are flawed from the start. Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Ba Pinoy Nahila. Wow. Do not know if that is a correct pronunciation of your name. Hopefully it's close. Let's see. I noticed the fighter subclasses in the 2024 books were saying, what if a fighter was also insert class here? Ooh, I disagree with that assessment. I completely disagree with that. I disagree with that so much. So I wanted to try to make one that asked what if a fighter was also a bard. All right. I mostly thought of WWE when building this. I'm open to all advice, but specifically looking out for balance, mechanics, clarity. Okay. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to say I don't think that's a great spot to start from a subclass. I think that can often end up, because the situation often just becomes a little tedious, or like, why don't you just multi-class? Not always, but often happens. All right, let's see. Celebrity fighting, celebrity combatant. Celebrity fighters are proficient in crowd work as they are at actual combat. They treat each fight as if an audience is watching and seek to entertain as much as possible. Okay, let's see what we're doing. You're getting repetitive at the end here. You get performance dice as a reaction when you or a visible creature fails an ability check. Say a creature that you can see. Only when they fail an ability check. You can expend a performance dice by rolling it and add the result to the failed check. Once per short rest, use a bonus action to regain a number of performance dice equal to charisma modifier. How many do we get? We get 5. If we get 5, we don't need to be able to get them. Don't do this. Don't do the bonus action to get a bunch back. Either just give them all back on a short rest or a long rest. Don't do this. This is giving us too much now. Like, actually, I'm going to be honest. We shouldn't get 10. Like, that's way too many. Holy shit. Yeah, that's too many, I think. I think that's just too many, man. Like, that's just too many. It's just too many. It's almost stronger than giving them away like Bardic Inspiration, because you don't have to spend it until you see if someone fails, and you don't have to give it to them beforehand, so you don't have to plan for its use. So I don't know if I see that you've tried to make it different than Bardic Inspiration, but you've actually made it in many ways stronger than Bardic Inspiration. They should come back on a long rest. That's a good point. Okay, let's see what else we get here. While wearing light armor or not wielding a shield, you gain the following benefits. We get improvised weapons and performance. We can add our charisma modifier to our AC. Okay. We can make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. You're falling into the exact same issue as the other bonus unarmed strike fighter did. If you don't give us a weighted, I so disagree with this. I so disagree with this. You know what this does? You know what this means? This is like, hey, do you want access to one of like the core fundamental aspects of this class? You better take the unarmed fighting style at level 1, or now you have to multi-class or take a feat, and I don't like that. I so disagree with that. Add a performance die to the damage of unarmed strikes and improvised strikes. Is this a thing that just happens all the time? So you are writing this in shorthand. Who sent this one in? This was Pino. Pino, this is written in shorthand, and it being written in shorthand is kind of doing it some disservices because there's a lot of clarifying information that's really missing here. This is completely fucking busted. So you'll notice that almost all fighters get some way to deal extra damage. Almost all fighters do. None of them get to add extra damage to all of their attacks and has that extra damage scale. That just doesn't make sense. The way this is written, every single unarmed strike this guy makes or improvised attack does extra damage equal to this. That's way too much. Way too much. I think that your scaling is massively off here. I think we're getting way too many of these dice. The dice are too strong. The extra damage is too much. It's just too much in all directions. Like, yeah, it's just way too much. It's just way too much. I almost think that that's enough. Like, I don't know how much. I don't feel like we need to keep reading it, to be honest, because if it's broken at level 3, it's going to be broken forever, you know? I'm going to read a little bit more, but I mean that kindly, but honestly, this is overpowered in most places, and this is overpowered in most places in ways that I just think don't work. And yeah. All of these seem like they're infinite in use also, which is just like not great. So you're reducing damage from creatures far away? Like, why are we just not... This is just an overcomplicated Battle Master at this point. Like it's just Battle Master, but different. Why? Okay, you can knock creatures down. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest, man. All of the features that we're getting here, basically, aside from the performance die, all of these are just Battle Master maneuvers. Like, like there's very little here that's not just a Battle Master maneuver. Yeah, these just... Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't think this works. Expending a die, but not rolling it. But then, like, why are we expending a die and then not using the die? We're expending a die, but then we're increasing the save by our charisma modifier. Like, why? I think, unfortunately, I think the core gameplay loop here is not working. Yeah. Yeah, I think that if you want to build a mechanic around something that is so similar to Battle Master dice, you really got to go out of your way to not make sure you're not just building an alternative Battle Master, because that's basically what this is. This is just a Battle Master where the features are too strong. Or yeah, why not play a Swords Bard? Yeah, I don't know. When you're within 5 feet of an ally, you gain advantage on your attacks as a bonus action before attacking. Give advantage gained by this feature to an ally within 5 feet of you. And switch places. This is just, like, where is this? I mean, yeah, man, I'm so sorry, but, like, I think that you're trying to do too much. Like, you can't be doing features like this. Like, if you're going to be copying the Battle Master, pay attention, right? The Battle Master doesn't get any features other than its Battle Master maneuver dice. It gets like half feature. It gets like one half feature, and then literally every other feature it gets is just the dice get better, or you get more of them. So if you're going to be doing something like that, you can't be giving us these crazy features at the end, because it's just like saying, like, hey, what if a Battle Master got all of those things, but then also got extra special moves also? Do you know what I mean? I think people should really look at the D&D 2024 Valor Bard and try to make a subclass like this before going for the more complex stuff. But Poncho, I literally could not agree more. Yeah, I think that you're overcomplicating it, man. Overcomplicating it. I really don't think it's working. I don't think it's working. Did you have any specific feedback you were looking for? I'm going to be honest, man. The way you balance this is you started over. I'm going to tell that to a lot of people tonight, but I'm just deciding not to feel bad about it. If you want to build a mechanic based around Bardic Inspiration type dice, you got to really be thoughtful about how much power is in that, how often you can use them, how many things you can use them for. Because if there's a lot of power in that and that scales, this scaling basically is later level features. Like, the fact that these dice are going to be D10s and we have 9 of them is almost the equivalent of a 10th level feature on its own. Do you know what I mean? So main feedback would be, especially, you said you're building this for the 2024 characters. Look how simple they are. Like, here, let's look at the 2024. Let's look at the thing that you're trying to build this for. Let's look at the 2024 fighter. There's not a lot of them. We got the Battle Master. They get their maneuvers, right? Which is very similar structurally to what yours looks like. There's the Champion. Very simple. They get advantage on a bunch of stuff. They get extra fighting styles. They get higher crit range. The Eldritch Knight gets some very basic spell casting. and a little bit of magic sword vibes. And then the Cyanite is kind of doing the thing that you're trying to do, where they also have little extra dice that do little extra things. So really the Cyanite should probably be what you're building it off of. And I wouldn't copy it one-to-one. Look how many things the Cyanite gets. At level 3, the only thing the Cyanite can do is these 3 things. At level 7, the only extra thing it gets are these. Like, it's very limited. It's very limited. Why is it very limited? Because these dice growing is a massive boon. And you can't be there, and because they're not trying to just build an alternative battle master. You gotta limit that shit. So tighten down the things this is doing, really get it to the bare bones, really strip the meat so you just have the skeleton, and then build it up from that skeleton. But pay attention to the other things. Like, if you're building for the 2024 rules, look to the other things that are using the 2024 rules. I mean, even just for your dice scaling. Like, why are you not copying that? Why are you making yours better? I don't understand. All right, doesn't matter. But, like, yeah. So take a look at these things. And then, again, look at how these features work. So let's look at the Cyanite. The Cyanite at 3rd level, it gets a slightly defensive feature, a slightly offensive feature, and a slightly utility feature. So there's a lot of thought into that, right? So you want to have that same sort of logic here. You want your features to feel like they fit together to create a piece sort of holistically. So there's like intention behind them. They're not just like random feel good moves. They all sort of fill different roles. At 7th level, now we're incorporating in being able to move our own movement a little bit more, okay? And then that extra damage that we were dealing at 3rd level now improves because now it's knocking people around. So there's like, this isn't even a new feature. This is just an improvement of the one at 3rd level. So I was even wrong. We're not getting 5. We still just have 4 new things now. So like, but you see how it's like, it's really focused and it's growing in a very specific, controlled direction. You want to be able to keep that control. And what you're doing, unfortunately, is just stacking powers on powers on powers, and you're stacking that on top of powers that are already intrinsically growing. So not only are you stacking more and more on top of the pile, the base of the pile is constantly lifting, and it ends up with this kind of amalgamate monster of just too many things that feel kind of muddled, and it loses the vibe of itself, and it also just eats itself. Numi, that is, I would disagree with that. I think there's a lot of power that you want to put in the subclass, and I think different classes almost require different amounts of power depending on how much power the subclass has. Like, for example, Rangers, I would say, require a lot more power in their subclass than like a Rogue or a Barbarian. I think Fighters do have a lot of power in their subclasses, though. I think they can do some really hectic stuff, but you want the hectic thing you're doing to be unique, and if you're giving a lot of options, you got to be really careful about the way you're doing it so that it is still unique and that it's selling a specific fiction. The Scottish Kayaker says you could also just rework a luchador style character out of a battle master and just reflavor the battle master maneuvers. Honestly, yeah, you could. If you wanted to keep building this, I think you have to push yourself to sell fiction, to come up with an idea that is more unique, not unique, but is trying to tell a more specific story than just fighter plus bard. We need, and then whatever that unique story is, building that out here. If that's the luchador, I think that, again, I think you got to build it out here a little bit better. Like, give us, we don't need a million different things, right? Make us good at grappling or do some grapple moves and then give us special grapple moves. Like, you really don't need more than that to be a luchador guy. Yeah. Interesting idea. I think the execution needs a little bit of work. It feels a little bit hectic right now. It needs a little bit of toning in. All right, thank you very much, Pinoy. You feel like people forget that fighters get more feats in any other class, so they're customizable? Yeah, for sure. Alrighty. Let's see. Anybody new on the member wheel? Yeah, a couple. Boom. You don't see yourself on the wheel? What's your name on the thing? If you're not on the wheel, I don't see you. If you're Frank the Tank on the forum, I don't see you on the forum either, which means you just didn't put it in the right place. Or you got reviewed tonight. What was your piece? You're on the wheel. You just don't see yourself. Yeah, you're just being dumb. You're not on the member wheel, but you're on the big one. Okie dokie. Buggadoo, 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 buggadoo. Fluff copter. What you got for us, Fluff? Let's see here. Fluff, why aren't I seeing you? Did you take yourself off the wheel or something? Or change your name? Are you here, Fluff? Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you. You can submit to both. I'm just not going to read your piece more than once. All right, we got Toothpick. A war pick, very rare. A purple worm's tooth strapped to a long wooden handle. Ooh, I love the flavor of that. Good night, Butt Poncho. It was good to see you again. I always appreciate your thoughts. This pick deals an additional 1d6 poison damage on. You don't need to say to any creature. I think you can just say it just deals an additional 1d6 poison damage on a hit. As an action, you can speak the command word and strike the pick into a solid surface. The impact creates a circular tunnel that is 10 feet by 20 feet. I think you might need clarity about what it can create a hole through. Like, I think it needs to be unworked dirt, soil, or rock. Like, I probably wouldn't let this work through, like, a building. So you might need a little clarity about what this thing can dig through. Other than that, it's very rare. So it probably should be a little bit better than it is in general. Either give it a +1, or give it some other feature or something, make it do more damage in some way or another. But, like, this is closer to a rare item than a very rare item, as is. Centered on the point struck. Yeah, that does need to be clear. I agree. As an action, you can speak the command word and strike the pick onto a piece of ground or solid rock. A 10-foot by 20-foot tunnel erupts from the point struck. It remains for 10 minutes. Bop, 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 bop. If you want the hole that it makes to remain permanently, that could be 2. But I do think this needs some parameters. 1, there needs to be parameters about what sort of soil, earth, rock it can get through. And 2, if that can be magical or it has to be non-magical. Both of those kind of matter, I think. It's a neat idea for a magic item, though. I think it's fun. I also think you got to be clear about the direction. Like, if I hit it into a wall, is the hole horizontal? Or do I have to strike it into the ground, and does the hole have to go down? I think that might be some clarity that could also help with the balancing here too. Because the way that it's written, I feel like I could do it at any angle, which makes it a lot stronger. Because you don't... What I don't think you want is, I don't think you want to create an item that essentially circumvents dungeons. I don't think that's fun. I think what you want to do is have an item that creates pit traps or, like, you know, finds weird things in the ground or things like that. But the idea of the circumventing the dungeon, I think, is not the... I don't know. Maybe your players, maybe you get a kick out of that, but I don't think that's fun. Fun idea for an item, though. I think we just need some directional... We just need some direction here. Why not charges of mold earth? I mean, you could do something like that if you wanted to give it extra stuff. I don't think it needs it. I think that would be kind of pushing it in a slightly different direction of what it's doing right now. Shape stone, I feel the same way about that. Like, I feel like those are things that could work. But again, I think they're changing the vibe of it in a way that I don't think we need to. I don't think that's what it's trying to do. I don't think it's trying to be a pick that lets you, like, sculpt earth into different shapes. You mean instead of what it's doing right now? But that's completely different. Mold earth is, like, very minor. It's like 5 feet of dirt. It can't do anything to stone. This, like, specifically is messing with stone in a much larger area. I think that would be losing the flavor of it. It's not really making you make a purple worm tunnel. It's doing some sort of amalgamation of it, but if you wanted it to be, if your goal was to make it a purple worm tunnel and you're tunneling, then I would just completely rebuild this second part and just say, like, as an action, you can use the war pick to have a burrow speed equal to your walking speed until the end of your turn. Or a burrow, you know, if when you do, it creates a tunnel, you know, just literally just give it that. Make it so you can burrow with it. That might be a better move. Or maybe, you know, as an action, you speak the command word, and you can use the pick to burrow with a movement speed of 20 feet per round, and you leave a 5 foot by 5 foot tunnel behind you. Something like that. Who should I enter for the Streamer Awards nomination? I don't know. What is the Streamer? Didn't the Streamer Awards happen, like, a while ago? Is there another one? Didn't it happen kind of recently? Wasn't the Streamer Awards, like, at the beginning of the summer? Oh, well, I understand what tunneler is. I just don't know if we need to create a 10-foot diameter tunnel because we are not a purple worm. We're just using one of their teeth as a pickaxe. You thought it was now? It might be. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. Fun idea for a magic item. I like it. I like the tunneling vibe. I don't know if I would make it so much like a one-time you hit it and it blasts a hole. I kind of like the idea of it turning into like a little... You'd become like a little Minecrafter. And you basically can use the pickaxe to tunnel. I think that is more fun. I also think it's going to lead to a lot more interesting opportunities to using it in fun ways. Yeah, fun item though. Thank you, Fluffcopter. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. This is very close to an item that I would just use in my game right now. It's like, I would probably change a tiny bit about it. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Yeah, it's a good toothpick. It's a funny vibe. It's a good name. The joke is kind of funny. But the mechanics don't, like, lose quality because of the joke, which is nice. I don't know if it's very rare, though. I think you need to make it stronger to make it very rare. It's not quite there. Not quite there. At very rare. Guys, today was one of the first days in a long time that I woke up at a reasonable... I went to bed and woke up at reasonable hours. Which is good, but now I don't have the crazy person, tired night brain. This video is not doing so well. Worry about it. Alrighty. Bucket a 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 bucket Leadwood. What you got for us, Leadwood? This is an expansion of a 25-word magic item. All right, I'm not gonna read the 25-word version. I'll just read the real finished version. Sir Senwin's Lance. It has a whole minion tied to it. It's a lance. It's carved with intricate shenanigans. Credit your artist. Oh, you did. Good. Okay. Okay, let's see what this thing does. Galloping Summon. If you have moved at least 20 feet in a straight line with this lance in hand, you can, as an action, cast Find Steed. Switch the words. Instead of saying you can... instead of saying you can as an action, say as an action you can. Call forth the Jody's spirit from the grave as part of the casting action. You automatically mount it at no cost. Uses she does give it. You could what is the creature's movement speed at the time of you summoning it? So I guess here's the so first of all, magic items shouldn't be based on your proficiency modifier, and magic items don't recharge based on the day. They recharge in times of day. So this thing should have a number of charges that isn't tied to you as a character, and it should recharge on a, like, you know, each morning at dawn, each night at midnight. Give it a specific time. I don't know offhand how the mechanics of Find Steed works, but I'll tell you what I don't think is going to be fun. Figuring out a conversation with my player every time they want to use this as to, like, how much movement does the monster have? Do I count the 20 feet I started before I started my turn mounted or not? Like, where does that sit? That's going to be annoying. This should just let you cast Find Steed. I agree, Ark. I agree massively. Yeah, I agree. I think I agree. This would make much more sense. I think it would work much better. It remains as long as you continue riding her for 30 seconds each round. Why? It's Find Steed. Find Steed just lasts. So I'm gonna be. Don't do this, man. Don't do this where you're like giving us a spell, but we're casting it in a unique way, and then it functions in a unique way, and then the thing that it summons is something completely different. Because now what you're doing is we're not casting Find Steed. It's not cast the way you cast Find Steed. It doesn't last the way that Find Steed lasts, and it doesn't summon a steed from Find Steed. So why are you making it Find Steed? Like, it's what a confusing journey that you've decided to take us on. Maybe this was a reasonable journey when you first created the item and it just cast Find Steed. But now that it's doing all these different things, it casting Find Steed doesn't make any fucking sense. Just make it do what this thing does, or make it cast Find Steed, but don't try to shoehorn in casting Find Steed into all of these, like, fundamentally different mechanics. And then we get a little pet, which is whatever. So yeah, I guess I don't know what the point is. And then I think whatever the point is, you should build towards that. Is the point that you get a special Find Steed that's a little bit better than regular steeds? If that's the point, then you can make it the spell Find Steed, but the creature gains the following benefits. If the point is that you are summoning a unique thing that is not a Find Steed, but functions entirely in its own way, where you have to keep moving with it, and you have to ride it when you summon it, then guess what? Don't make it find steed. Just make it a thing you can summon that we get a stat block for. And we should not be able to summon it charisma modifier times per day. That's dumb. Well, maybe it's dumb. Maybe it's not. I know. Here's the thing. I think that realistically, if you have to keep moving to keep it, that's really easy to do. I don't think that's as difficult as you think it might be. This is one of those mechanics that would be really difficult if this was a movie or book or something. But if I'm playing D&D, I never have to resummon this thing. I can just say, cool, while we're taking a rest, it's running back and forth. While we're going to the tavern, it's just, it's running back and forth. You just say it's running back and forth, and then it's running back and forth. That's it. Or you can say you're riding it back and forth. And if you don't want to be, and if you're like, well, you can't because there's not 30 feet, you just move 5 feet back and forward. I move 5 feet here, 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 5 feet here. And that becomes like a way to basically avoid the limited use mechanic, but it forces you to do this really dumb thing that like technically works but makes everything feel dumb. Even if you're meaning to ride it. So you can move 5 feet to the left and 5 feet to the right very easily in all circumstances. So like, again, it just seems like, what is like, again, you're making this overly tedious, but the goal is not, and for no reason. Like, it's not going to make this thing feel different. It's going to make this thing feel like, well, I guess the player can do whatever they want so long as they make their character do something kind of annoying that breaks immersion. Yeah. Just make it limited. I think that's the main feedback, though, is I don't think that you should be basing this off of Fine. Either genuinely make this just an alternative casting of Fine Steed that it does and get rid of all the extra gobbledygook, or get rid of all the Fine Steed bullshit and just make it a thing that you can summon that has a limited capacity nature to it that, has, it's not out for that long. In the end, this is just a +3 lance that allows you to use a special horse. Yeah, largely. But I think that doesn't mean it's bad. I just think that means that you got to be honest with yourself about that is what it is, and it doesn't need to be as complicated as the way that it is written. And some of the mechanics here, I think, are doing less to build flavor than you think, and are just doing more to give players weird circumstances that they have to walk around. Yeah, it is a lot of words for that. I like the idea of a lance that you can use to summon a spectral horse to ride. That's really cool. I think I would just lean more into it being a unique spectral horse, or it being just an aspect of the lance and not all built into that gobbledygook nature. Alrighty. Thank you very much for sharing. Gonna go down route 1 of 1 use per day with fixed time limit and remove the Fine Steed reference. Yeah, I think that's gonna end up making it feel better. It'll give you a little bit more wiggle room to make it feel unique too, because you're not going to be playing that game of how do you make it work with Fine Steed and then figure out all the words you have to put in to make it like exceptions and stuff. You just make it do exactly what you want it to do. Don't have to worry about anything else. Thank you very much. Seems to me that a lot of people need to hear the concept of use what you have first, and if you can't, then create something new from what you have. Yes, Numi, that is the case, but that is always the case. And I think that, for better or worse, it is the case more often than not, especially in situations of homebrew writing, because people are excited. They're excited to make ideas. And when you're particularly excited, you want to do more. Like, it feels like you're doing less to read something and be like, oh, I don't need to design this because there's a spell that does it. So people they just want to make it. So not only do I think we see that in general a lot in creative spaces, I think we see it even more in the homebrew space than we do in a lot of others, because, where it takes a little bit, sometimes it takes a little bit of nuance to realize you're making something that basically already exists. Not everybody notices that, or even knows to like look out for that. So I think it's not unreasonable to see more of that. Everybody thinks they're really clever. Most of them aren't. But they're working on it. They're getting there. It's very easy to develop blindnesses to the deficiencies of your creations. Yes, this is true. I had fun writing it. I learned not to do that again, so I'm happy. I think it snowballed away from me. Yeah, none of that was a criticism of you, Led. None of that was a criticism of you at all. It was more just an observation about writing. You shouldn't feel bad about any part of that process. None of what I said was trying to criticize you specifically. I was just acknowledging that people get really excited about writing. And often that leads to them deciding to write instead of researching. Buggada 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 buggada. Okay, we were probably saying we had shared tones and I misinterpreted. I understand. Milky Boy, what you got for us today, buddy? I wanted to transfer a monster from Magic the Gathering into D&D. Did you now? The Kozilek. CR28. Big boy. Previous iteration are gone. I don't know what that means. I missed the beginning. One big thing that a lot of people don't talk about when it comes to errors in homebrew writing is when you're rewriting a certain part and don't properly read over and make sure all the other previous parts are gone. Yeah. I don't know what Kozilek is, so we'll see if it works. CR28, really high AC, really high hit points, pretty fast speed, but it's not flying. Bad dex, good everything else, 1 billion saving throws, 1 billion damage resistances, not 1 billion, regular, a lot of condition immunities, true sight, super telepathy. Let's see what it gets. Each creature on the ground that starts his turn within 120 feet of us to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they take a bunch of magical bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone. On a success, creature takes half damage and isn't knocked prone. Why does that happen every turn? I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'll keep reading it. But after reading this first feature, I feel like you need to just go read up this. You just go look up look at Zeraton and just use that instead. This feels like an OP version of Zeraton. Do you know what the Zeraton? It's the big turtle. So Zeraton is basically this. And it has, we can look at the newer version of it. It's a little easier to read. But Zeraton has this. It's got earth-shaking movement. Deals a bunch of thunder damage to everything around it. Knocks everything down. Crashes big areas around it. This feels like that, but just like a lot more. Maybe that's okay. But it's, I don't feel super strongly about it. Siege monster. Can make 2 attacks and use its anti-reality shot. Its attacks... Why does its slam have a 90-foot reach? That's confusing. Is that supposed to be like a tentacle slam? I would change the language so it makes me understand that why has a 90-foot reach. This doesn't make sense to me right now. Let's see. Anti-reality ray. It shoots a reality-breaking blast at one creature or object. It can see within 300 feet. They have to make a saving throw or take a bunch of force damage. Stop doing 10d10. It gets boring doing the same number every time. If it reduces a creature, it just kills them. So it's just a death ray. It's very... Okay, it feels overly wordy for just a death ray. Also, kind of ironically, in a lot of ways, this is worse than like the Catoblepus death ray. Catoblepus death ray is basically the same as this, except if you roll too low on the saving throw, it just does max damage. And it can move, and it can make a slam. It can teleport creatures against their will. And it can paralyze creatures. Huh. I'm going to be real honest. This does not really have that strong of a vibe. I think it's a little too bland for a CR28 monster, if I'm being really honest. The main unique feature it has is crushing tentacles, which doesn't really feel that unique to me. Its attacks are basic. All of them are kind of just basic, boring attack. It's just like ranged damage, melee damage. And then it can do some forced teleportation and paralyzing. So paralyzing is the least fun mechanic you can impose upon a player in the game. So while technically it is a unique power, I do not think it adds any points in terms of making the monster feel good, because it's an extra thing that just sucks. No one is ever going to enjoy this feature ever. Spatial warp is good and interesting, but it's also feels kind of random. It doesn't feel particularly connected to anything else. And also, due to the sizing of the monster, it's very unclear how much space the monster is supposed to take up on the board, what the reach of its tentacles are supposed to be. Like, there's a lot of implied size stuff going on here that I don't think feels really good. And I'm talking about it in terms of this because I don't actually know how much I care about being able to teleport creatures around, depending on what those distances are to a certain extent. I don't know. It just seems a little bit lackluster for a CR28 monster. It's kind of dull. I don't really have more thoughts than that, right? Like, it's just a big monster that can teleport creatures and has an AoE damaging effect. Maybe I would feel better about it if the features felt like they were a little bit more unique, but everything kind of just feels like something that other things have. And maybe it's perfect for whatever this monster is. Maybe it's exactly like this guy. Maybe this guy is exactly that, a fairly bland, kind of one-note monster that can teleport creatures. If that's what it's supposed to be, then I think that you've accomplished that. I don't understand why the tentacles can't grapple and grasp and throw people around. It's a great point. Especially if it's supposed to be like a giant tentacle squiddy type monster. There's so much more you can do than just hit stuff. And I think the way this is written, it's like these are supposed to be the tentacles attacking. Like, I'm not sure why this is called crushing tentacles. If anything, this should be what grapples or restrains creatures, because it's like knocking them down. But again, you'd have to probably fuck with the range of this a little bit more. Yeah, I don't really have more thoughts. Pretty straightforward, high CR monster. It's hard to balance high CR monsters. Like, the numbers get a little fidgety. You really can only tell. The numbers are only really ever off if you make them extremely too high or extremely too low. Anywhere in the middle is pretty much fine. So beyond that, when you're dealing with a high CR monster like this, really what it comes down to is how many unusual or unique mechanics does it have? Can you keep track of all of them? And do they make this thing feel like a really cinematic, unique fight? Because that's what it needs to be. It needs to be a really cinematic, unique fight, and you as the Dungeon Master need to be able to navigate the stat block and run all the features reasonably. I think that you could very easily navigate this stat block. I don't think you're going to be forgetting about any features. And I think there's a couple cinematic moment features. Specifically, I think spatial warp. But I think pretty much everything else is not, I don't think is, like, anti-reality ray is really, really shooting below par. I'm honestly, the whole action economy is. The magic card counters spell things. Maybe it could add some flavor to that. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. If the magic card makes magic not work, it should be able to probably make magic not work. Interesting idea. Give it some more unique dynamic mechanics. All right, Milky, thank you for sharing. Or, you know, if it doesn't need more unique dynamic mechanics, don't worry about it. Let me see what the card does. I'm kind of curious. Where's the card? This is the monster? When you cast it, if you have fewer than 7 cards in your hand, draw cards to make a difference. I don't know what menace means. You can discard a card and convert it to mana cost. X counter spells. Yeah, hold it. Wait a minute. Why aren't you using the magic card to inspire this thing? Okay. Realistically, you should play around with when it appears you get more resources. It should have something like that. Like when it rolls initiative, maybe it gets stronger or gains powers or something. I don't know what menace means, but give it some way to fucking counter spells. You have a whole monster stat block here, basically. Use that, man. If you want it to be inspired by a magic card, use the magic card. You look at the 10-10 one. This one's the 9-9 one. Is that what you mean? I don't play Magic, so I'm not gonna read mechanics that I don't care about or understand. But I'm just gonna say, regardless of what the mechanics are, use the fucking magic item to build your mechanics, you silly goof. Don't give us all these mechanics that don't tie into the magic card at all. Especially when we're fiending for some unique mechanics. We're hungry for them. Bagadu 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 bug. We got Kraus. What's up, Cross? What you got for us today? This was an item. This is a cursed item. Let's see your cursed item. The Bleeding Ring. Let's take a look. A gold band featuring a large ruby setting, congealed blood cakes, the gem's base. These should be 2 separate sentences, Cross. I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm getting tireder. And every time somebody misuses a comma or a period, it makes me grow more tired. And soon I will need to refill my phylactery. And you're going to speed up that process by continuing to use pad grammar. Okay, once attuned to the ring, it cannot be removed before its bearer's death or a 5th level remove curse spell is cast on it. Again, there's a million different items that have curses that work this way that are written grammatically correctly. In the future, copy one of them. The ring grants the wearer the ability to heal. While attuned to and conscious, you can activate the ring at will. What the fuck does that mean? Whose will? And how do I activate it at him? Because the way this is written, you can't activate this item unless Will's there. Okay, so let's talk about why we can't activate this item. How do we activate this item? Chat, who knows? Can anyone tell me how we activate this item? We can activate this item if Will's around, maybe, but technically we still can't, because how do we do it? As an action? Where's the action? Doesn't say as an action here. So we can't activate it as an action. So how do we activate it? It doesn't say. Correct. So, activate doesn't mean a goddamn thing. So you got to say, as an action, as a bonus action, at the start of your turn, at the end of the turn, whatever the fuck. It requires no action. Cross, I'm going to reach through the computer, stick my fingers up your nose like this, and then I'm going to pull them so far apart that I play footsie with my fingertips on the back of your head. How many times have I talked about this on stream? If something doesn't require an action to use, what does it require to use? I've talked about this so much. I'm tired of I'm genuinely tired of repeating myself. At will does not have anything to do with the fucking action economy. Holy shit, dude. Dude, just shut the fuck up or acknowledge the conversation that we're having. What does at will have to do with action economy? What is the action economy of at will? I would argue that at will is resource management, not action economy. Action economy is action, bonus action, reaction. You know, things that happen in the action economy. At will would be once per day, twice per day, 3 times per day. Spell slot. Expend a use of your wild shape. Do you see the difference there? So just I'm seeing where you were misunderstanding and I exploded and we're calming down a bit. But for the rest of your life, you are going to remember this. At will has nothing to do with action economy. So to repeat, how the fuck can you activate this? Is it an action to activate? Is it a bonus action to activate? Is it something you can choose to activate at the start of your turn or at the end of your turn or when you roll initiative? Because, to get back to what I was saying originally, if you do not want something to require any action to activate, then it requires conditions to activate, meaning those conditions could be based on time, like the beginning of your turn, the end of your turn, or they could be based on anything else, but they need to be conditionally activated or action economy activated. This is neither. Let's move on. So, we some sort of action economy activate this thing. And then while it's active for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a very awkward time for things to be active in D&D. Almost everything in D&D is active for a round, which is 6 seconds, a minute, which is 10 rounds, or 10 minutes, which is basically an encounter. So I would do it in one of those iterations. Do 10 minutes. As a bonus action, you can spend and roll half rounded up of your total hit die and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your constitution modifier. Is the intention that the con modifier is added per dice roll in the same way that it would be while you're rolling hit dice? Or is it the intention that it's just the dice plus 1 out of your con modifier? I'm not sure. Once the duration ends, the gem reseals and you are dealt 4 necrotic damage per dice used while the ring was bleeding. Where did the number 4 come from? It feels very random. Additionally, if you have no remaining hit dice as a result of this ability, you gain 1 level of exhaustion at the end of the duration. Okay. This is so fucking stupid. Not this, but the solution to this is so fucking stupid. How do we make this work reasonably? We have a 5-minute duration that is completely random and not really tied to any core mechanics. And then we have a bonus action to heal us and then get punished later. Why is this not all one feature? How about this? As a bonus action, you can spend and roll up to half your hit dice and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll. The ring then begins to bleed, and it bleeds for it bleeds every round for 10 rounds or every round for 5 minutes or whatever. It bleeds for 5 minutes. When the ring stops bleeding, you take a number of damage die equal to whatever plus the hit die you rolled or whatever like that. But tie the two features together. Tie them together, my friend. Why not a roll of your hit die necrotic? I don't know. I think the intention here was that it would be a little bit better, but the irony is that it's better or worse depending on what class you are now, which I don't know if is good or not. It's much better on something like a barbarian or a fighter, and it's much worse on a sorcerer or wizard or something like that. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. I don't know how I feel about it. I'd probably make it a once a day ability item, not an item that you can use infinite times, but just it runs out based on your hit die. Because I do think if it just ran out based on your hit die, you could kind of juke it by doing small little bursts, and each time it's going to end up being, it's just going to scale up better. It's intended to be able to do different, to be more or less dangerous to different classes. Oh, well, then you've accomplished that goal. All right, yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. Again, clarify your language. Most important piece of feedback I have for you is remember that the amount of times you can do a thing and how much of a resource it's based off of, things like at will, is not an action economy. So when we're talking about the show, all features need some amount of resource acknowledgement and some amount of action economy acknowledgement. Resource acknowledgement is how often you can do the thing. You can do it at will. You can do it once per day. You can do it once and never again. You can do it proficiency bonus times per day. You could whatever. And then action economy is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Is it at the end of a long rest? Is it the beginning of a short rest? Is it if you take 10 minutes and sit, it activates? Is, whatever. So you need the triggering of activating, and you need the resource. All things need both. That resource can be no resource, but you still need to acknowledge that resource, which would the at will would be here. Magic items usually do not use the stats of the characters. If you really hunt for it, you'll find a couple that do. But generally speaking, it is harder to balance a magic item if you scale it off of characters. Or not, it's actually not harder to, it just balances it to the character, but it's harder to balance it from a perspective of like, should this be a legendary, rare, very rare? Because sometimes a feature getting stronger kind of shapes everything a little differently. All right, thank you very much, Cross. It was a good opportunity to talk about action economy versus resources. I appreciate that. Fairly straightforward, fun little item where you're getting some healing and getting some hurting. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Magic items are not generally powered by anything. There is no specific lore or mechanical rules for how magic items get their magic. Thank you, Cross. Yeah, I think that's a fun idea. The healing now to damaging you later. Like, it's a fun, like, risk reward. You know? Magic items are powered by magic. Yes, that is more accurate, I would say. Buggadoo, buggadoo, bug. But there isn't a specific world lore. Buggadoo, 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 buggadoo. What's busted? Buggadoo. Pinoy, we saw your piece already. We're moving on. Gadunk. Buggadoo, 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 buggadoo. Is it gonna be fallen? Yeah, it is. Fallen. The goal is to create an item that assists an artificer in crafting magic items that require spells to craft an artificer normally wouldn't have access to, while still giving control to the DM over what spells can be used to create said magic items. That's a sentence that I just read. I'm going to be really honest. I don't love that sentence, and I don't understand what it means, so we're just going to move on from it. Suffice to say, I think that if you hear me speak that sentence out loud, hopefully you would understand why it's a long and confusing sentence. The secondary effects are to make the item useful for tasks other than crafting without being the primary purpose. All right, let's take a look. I am so curious. The question is going to be is if the item is clearer than the description of the item. If the item is a similar level of complexity of the way it's written to the description of the item, we're in trouble. Okay, looking up. Feeling optimistic. Okay, let's see. Artificer's Spellbook. Rare, requires attunement by an artificer. A metal-bound book filled with draconic magic-infused paper. Some pages are marked with instructions on how to cast certain spells with overly excessive detail. When you find a scribed spell marked with a dragon script of... What is a scribed dragon spell? What does that mean? What does it mean? What is this? The fuck is that? Is that just word for a spell being a spell? I don't want to need context. If I need context, I don't think the magic item works. That's how this works. That's how this has always worked since the dawn of time. Okay, I'll read what it is. Okay, so this doesn't mean anything. So it's just spells sometimes get to be dragon spells. So this is a nothing. So we're just going to say this means nothing. So it's just going to be spells. When you find a scribed spell marked... That... I hate that sentence. Okay, okay, so your game world has magic spells plus. When you find a magic spell plus, you can write that spell into this spell book. Got it. Okay. For each level of spell, the process takes 2 hours and 50 gold. The cost represents material, bop, 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 bop. All spells inside this book count as prepared. What does that mean? They count as prepared for the purposes of crafting items that require... What does that mean? I don't understand what this sentence means. What spells... What? They count as prepared for the purposes of crafting items that require them. What spells require item crafting as a part of the casting of this? Like, what? What spells are you talking about? Crafting requires you to have spells prepared throughout the duration. What crafting? I'm so confused. This is... Fallon, I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be, my guy. Okay, so I'm gonna just... Here's what I'm gonna say. I have no idea what the fuck spell you're talking about that requires the item to require the spell to have the item. Like, are you trying to be like a chicken eating an egg? Like, what is going on here? It's normal crafting rules, but for what? I'm so confused. This is such a confusing item. I don't just... Because I think what you mean is more than what I think it is. That's why I'm confused. Your guess is that if you want to make some flying boots, you need the fly spell prepared. That's just not true. That's just not how D&D works. Like, at all. Items that cast spells must have the spell prepared throughout the crafting duration. That is such a non-issue. Is that the purpose of this item? That's so dumb. That's so much extra work, man. That's so nothing. Like, I so disagree with you needing this. I don't think you need this at all. After a long rest, choose one first or second level spell that's written inside the book. Once per day, you can cast this spell using its normal casting time without expending a spell slot. A spell with the ritual tag can be cast from the ritual without being chosen, so long as you can cast the spell of its level. Okay, so this is a really frustrating way to get to the end goal of you now have a mini version of a spell book. It can't take all spells, just special bonus plus spells. And once per day, when you cast a spell from said spell book, you can do it without expending a spell slot. I don't understand why there's literally anything else on the page here. My guess is that you use very strict rules for crafting magic items. I would push back on you and say there are a bunch of different ways to do crafting magic items depending on what, like, a lot of different things. So I don't think you should assume that all people are using the same crafting rules that you are. And there's a lot of assumptions that you are making about the way that those crafting rules interact in terms of how the pages, like, the sentences here are bad, my guy. They are bad. All spells inside this book count as prepared for the purposes of crafting items that require them. That's a frustrating sentence. I think that maybe part of why I'm struggling with this item so much genuinely has nothing to do with you, but it has everything to do with you following a very specific and strict design of the crafting rules that I just don't think about ever or care about. I think this is an overly complicated item in the way that it's written. I think for the purposes of it being used for your home game, I think it's completely fine. I think from a balance perspective, it's fine. You get a mini spell book. I can't tell you how powerful that is because I have no idea how often or what draconic script spells are going to be. So that's going to basically be more or less powerful depending on your game. The crafting rules, again, I can't really speak to how powerful they are because I genuinely don't think most people use them in the way that they're written in the way that you're using them, or at all. So the main things that this does is it essentially allows you to learn more spells than a normal artificer, and it allows you to cast a spell once a day. Dicey decisions. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Numi says, I think this is a good example of trying to take too much control of the rules. What I would say, Numi, is I would say, I don't know if I agree, but what I do think is this feels like why did my camera go all fuzzy? To me, this doesn't feel like trying to take control of the rules. It feels like trying to work it feels like it's trying to make something work within the rules where it simply doesn't need to. Like, it feels like it's trying to, like, the solution, if I was like, I'm gonna use this in my game, the solution for me would not be to use this item. The solution for me would be to use different crafting rules. Like, this feels like it's a very roundabout way of dealing with crafting rule problems or issues that I just wouldn't deal with. I would just choose not to deal with. So that's what I would say. I would say I don't think this magic item needs to do 30 to 50% of what it does. I think that those things could be done just in the table. Because, yeah, it seems a little silly. It seems like a silly back and forth to get to the end goal of technically crafting has this very specific limitation that I don't like. So I was hoping we could avoid it, you know? Yeah, exactly, Alex. Just let your player use special rules. It's easier. You're going to feel better. You're going to have a good time. Alrighty. Who sent this lovely piece in? This was The Fallen. Thank you, Fallen. Sometimes we think we find a key to a door, but really it's like a key to a window, where really we didn't need a key. We just needed to pull instead of push the door. You see that a lot in Homebrew, where something feels a little off, but if you just change where it sits, it works better. Like a lot of the time something feels weird as a magic item, but it works really well as a feat, or vice versa. Something feels weird as a subclass feature, but it would work really well as a magic item. And I genuinely think this is one of those circumstances where I think some of the item is sort of similar to other items that exist, but a lot of it is just you're trying to address a crafting dilemma, and I think you just should address it from a different angle. Thank you for sharing. Kiboosh. Okie dokie, artichoke. All right, how many more do you think I got in me? That's the question. I don't know. I can't tell you with any confidence in any direction. I think I got at least a couple. Or one. Usually when I say I have at least a couple, that means I have at least one. Because you never know what you're going to get. You know, you might get something crazy. You might get something that really needs some work. Let's see. It does depend. It does depend. I'll tell you what, if it's like a monk subclass that gets 3 different features at every level, then it might be the last one. Or you guys are gonna have to be cool with me being like, I'm not done reading this at level 3. Bucket a 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 Hitley. Is this a joke on is this a play off Hitler? Unclear. Alright, let's take a look. What do you got for us? The goal was to make a Drake Knight that can give the feel of a warrior who has dragon traits. That exists already. It's called the Drake Warden. With some flexibility in the dragon trait, you want to use fit, different situations. I have balance concerns mainly, but wording is also... All right, let's see. The Ascendant Dragon, the Drake Warden, and I would also say the Rune Knight are all really good examples of dragon-themed things. It's not a playoff Hitler. I wasn't asking. I wasn't assuming. I was just that was the first thing I thought of. As a long-living Jew, my ears are always pricked to Hitler stuff. So I sometimes see it when unintended. Does liking the stream help in any way? Yeah, it makes me know that you care. You should like it. Like it like a Polaroid picture. This is too much flavor text. I'm not going to read all of it. These are all examples. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Your flavor text is all examples. Here's a story of an elf that is this type of thing. Here's a story of a tiefling that is this type of thing. Here's a story of a Goliath that's this type of thing. If you want to include some little stories about what your guy's going to be, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. That can't be the whole thing. Your flavor text has to do 2 things. And it can do those 2 things in any way. It needs to accomplish both of them, or I consider it a failure. The first thing that it has to do is it has to get us excited to play the subclass. Okay? I think that you are probably accomplishing that with these little stories. I don't even need to read them. But if you're cool little moments of them, that could be doing that. Getting us excited to play the subclass. That's really important. The second thing, which is equally as important, is making us feel the vibe of what it is going to feel like to play this subclass. So you need to not... We need more of that here. We need a little bit of a punchy, just what the fuck is it? Tell us what it is. All right, let's see what we get at 3rd level. And I'm assuming this is a fighter. Yeah, fighter. At third level, your training allows you to speak, read, and write Draconic. Additionally, you have advantage on charisma checks made towards dragons. This is not a particularly new or unique feature. This is basically just classic dragon vibes. Pretty much every dragon-y thing gets some version of this. Why is this 6 pages? Holy fuck, why is this 6 pages? Why is this 6 pages? Why is this 6 pages? Who sent this? Dude, why the fuck is this 6 pages? There's no reason for this to be 6 pages. No subclass should be 6 pages. No fun. How many things is this getting at third level? This is too many things, you wild animal. You hooligan. Okay, so let's just see how many features we get. Okay, we can use a bonus action to shift part of our body. We gain one of the following. We gain 1, 2, or 3. But then what is 4 here? And then what is 5 here? Well, why did you say you get one of 3 options? And then you give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. Why did you do like so? That's immediately confusing. Let's say you didn't. Let's say this isn't an option. Let's say this is its own mechanic. You still gave us 1, 2, 3, 4 options when you said you get 3 options. So you did your own math wrong. Okay, so at the third level, as a bonus action, you can gain one of 4 special moves or something. Let's see what they are. 1 is Fangs and Claws. You get natural weapons. They deal d6 damage. This is just the Beast Warrior. This is just the Beast Barbarian. Did you copy the Beast Barbarian for this feature? This is just the Beast Barbarian. So I would say immediately no. Immediately you already need to build this, at least this single feature, Fangs and Claws. Get rid of it, start it over. This is just what Beast Barbarians get when they rage. This is just the claws of the Beast Barbarian. So get rid of that, come up with something new. Tail. This is just Beast Barbarian. Did you just copy the Beast Barbarian? When a creature ends its turn within reach of your tail, you can use your action to make a tail attack. Is this the same as tail, or is this a separate thing? This formatting is so bad. Holy fuck. So the way this is written, on one hand, I see the dots here. So I think, okay, draconic information is Fangs and Claws, or tail, or scales? Is that what it is? Fuck me, this is so... Who sent this? Hitley. Buddy, the most important feedback I can give you is that your formatting needs massive work, because this is so unintuitive, it's a little bit ridiculous. It's kind of insane. Like, you're using the bullet point indicator as a break? Why the fuck are you doing that? This is a bullet point indicator. Don't use a bullet point indicator as not a bullet point indicator. Don't make everything the same font size. Holy shit. Tell you what, the title of your feature, make big font. The littler version, make little. Then indent all the fucking options. Holy shit. Okay, so anyway, this doesn't work. It's just the Beast Barbarian feature. Get rid of it. Come up with something new. The tail gives us an attack that has reach and a reaction attack that also has reach and is a D10, which is insane. And then it also makes it when we hit, we can knock creatures prone. Okay, so here's the issue at third level. The issue at third level is pretty fucking massive, if I'm going to be honest with you. The issue at third level is that the first option we can get is just what the Beast Barbarian gets. Don't copy the Beast Barbarian. The section option we get, which is the tail, is so much better than the claws that literally we will never take the claws. But beyond that, it's just too good. It's a D10 attack with reach that can force prone and a free reaction attack every single round. That's insane. Beyond that being insane, whenever you do any feature that is a reaction, you got to think about like how often you're getting that reaction. Yeah, it's just way too strong. It's way too strong. If you're wearing any kind of armor, you can use... Okay, so this is just a fake AC and then a damage resistance. Man, I don't think this works, dude. I don't think this works. I think at 3rd level, it's busted. I think the idea that you can, like... I don't understand why you're building a rage mechanic off of a fighter. I don't think that's the move here. If you do want to do something like that, I mean, I guess it could work, but you want to follow in the footsteps of the other fighters that do that, like the Rune Knight fighter essentially has a rage mechanic, but it's really simple. It's really simple. And it works because it's really simple. You know what I mean? Like, this is a really, like, and you're never going to pick anything other than tail. That's the other thing. It's like, we're never going to use this. Why would we ever use scale? Cool, we could get an AC that's going to be shittier than most regular armors, plus a single damage resistance, which is going to be irrelevant 80% of the time. Or we can copy the Beast Barbarian's special attack, but we don't get the little extra rage damage, so it's not really that much better. Or we get the best natural weapon attack in the whole game that we can now do in extra time at almost no cost. You know? At 7th level, we get a Dragon Breath. We can replace it. 30-foot cone, 60-foot line is a really big area to start with. It's not unreasonable, but it's most 7th level fighter features aren't that heavy hitting. And if you want to be doing a big breath attack, I'd probably push it back till later, or I'd figure out how to tie it into the 3rd level. 7th level is usually a little bit mellower. Like, truthfully, I feel like 7th level is where I would put, like, damage resistance shit. Oh god. Reorganize the way this is written, please. Yeah, don't write it like this. Yeah, no one's doing algebra to do. No one's solving for X. You can only take 1 tail attack per turn. Oh my god. First of all, I know. Second of all, you're still doing it twice a round. So that's still knocking creatures prone twice a round. That's still an extra attack every round. Holy fuck. If you think the only once per turn is the issue there, you got fucking cotton in your ears. Everything else is the issue. All right. And it's not even the biggest issue, right? It's not the end of the world. It's really strong. Is it too strong? Yes. But on top of it being too strong, it's one of 3 options. So when you have not only a situation where your 3rd level feature is a little too strong, but it's one of 3 options, that makes it really not work. Okay. I don't understand why I guess this is part of the Draconic Claws shit. Yeah, okay. I accept. 10th level, your training enables you to transform even. This just makes the things grow. Okay, so if you pick the claws, they do more damage, and it's elemental damage. And your tail now hits bigger creatures. And it does more damage. Yeah, don't do this, man. I'm gonna say, here's what I'm gonna say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I genuinely do not think the way to make a dragon fighter work is by encouraging it to not use weapons. I think that the only reason the dragon fighter not using weapons works on the monk is because that's baked into them. I think that by trying to bake in the use of natural weapons, you're really shooting yourself in the foot here. That's what I think. I think that's a big. I think that's a big issue. I would move away from that whole vibe. I don't like the ace. Yeah, man. I don't think the transformation works. So I just think, I guess because I don't think the transformation works, I don't think the higher version of it really works either. Like, it feels like it's almost like it's giving too much diversity of options considering how powerful they are. They don't feel balanced against each other, but they also just don't feel balanced as like a variety of options either. At 15th level, you gain blind sight to 30 feet. This is fine, but I also feel like this is so fucking random at this point. Like, every single thing we've gotten so far has about us being like a transformy dude. Why are we now getting supervision? If you're trying to holistically represent us being draconic, we need to be getting things that have a vibe like this earlier. Not this, not showing up for the first time this late. Draconic fear is stupid. Don't give us draconic fear. It's a dumb feature. It's boring. And don't just make numbers go up. Man, I feel like you have some nice ideas here, but they really are not showing. They're not showing in the mechanics, in the execution, unfortunately. I would say if you want this to be a thing where you have draconic transformations, I would either dramatically simplify and rebuild all of the different transformation options so that they feel wholly unique from any other transformation monster beastie options that anything else gets. This is way too close to the beast barbarian. The options need to be way simpler, way smaller in scope. They can't be doing multiple things, and they need to be doing something. They need to be doing unique feeling things that are not just balanced, but balanced against each other. And you got to be tying in. This needs some unique mechanics. Here's what I would say, man. This doesn't feel like a fighter subclass. I think that's the big issue. One of the most important questions you should be asking yourself when you're making a subclass for a class is, why are you making it for that class? This could be a barbarian subclass. This could be a monk subclass. This could basically be any martial subclass. I don't see why it's a fighter subclass. If anything, this feels much, much, much more like a barbarian subclass than it does like a fighter subclass. So make us feel like a fighter. Don't make us feel like a weird alternative barbarian or a weird alternative monk. That's what this feels like right now. So what would represent a draconic fighter as opposed to a draconic character? I don't really know off the top of my head. Is it going to be entering a dragon-like rage state where you get unnatural, unarmed strikes and you're breathing fire? Maybe. But I don't know, man. I would say I'd push against you there. I don't think we need to read really anything else. I think that's pretty much it. Please don't. Your formatting is also really making this less fun to read. Like, I genuinely think if it was formatted with a little bit more thought, I would enjoy it more. I think that part of my being like, we're just skimming around a little bit is it's a little tedious to read. But yeah, I think that like there needs to be a little bit more of a story than draconic fighter, and then that story needs to be told in the mechanics a little bit more. Because I don't see why it's a fighter here. Those be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. You don't need to apologize. It's not your bad. You're fine. You sent in the homebrew for feedback and thoughts. That be the feedback and thoughts. You did nothing wrong. You shared a thing you're working on.
Can I entice you with bits for another spin?
You can. I was going to do one anyway, but I'll accept that as payment for it. But I was planning on doing another one. Wait, did we give a round of applause? Round of applause. I forgot. Thank you, thank you. What are the rules about art? The rules about art is absolutely no AI generated art. And if it is art that you have used that is not public domain, if it's from an artist, a movie, if it's from a thing, you need to credit the artist. And if you cannot find the artist to credit, then don't put it in the thing for my homebrew review. I only put art that you can credit, and don't put any AI made anything. That's the rules. How am I tonight? I'm good. I'm a little tired, but not for bad reasons. I'm tired because I had a reasonable sleep schedule last night. So I'm not living my life like I woke up late. I'm living my life like I woke up at a reasonable hour, which means that I'm a reasonable hour tired, for better or worse. So we're not going to be going too much later, but I'm good. Ugh. Bagadu 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 bagadu. It's Dale and Dale. All right, Dale and Dale, what do you got for us today? Just talking about how opposition school are fun to run in 5e. What does that mean? Doesn't really tell me anything about this homebrew. You're welcome for the review. Is this designed for second edition? I can't review second. I've never played second edition. Dale, I see you in the chat, so I'm going to give you a moment to speak here. Is this designed for D&D 5e? Then why are we getting features at first level? Dale, don't tell me it's designed for 5e or 5.24. You need to tell me a specific one because they're different. So if it's designed for 5e, it's different than if it's designed for 5.2. So don't tell me either, because if you pick either, that means you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Pick one and tell me what it is. The first thing that I'm going to say, I'll wait till your response to that, but I'll read a little bit of this. But the first thing that I'm going to say is wizards don't get their subclass at first level. So both of these need to be at second level, not first level. Oh, man, I'm going to be honest, Dale. I don't need to read this whole thing. I can skim it, and I just have one piece of feedback for you. This isn't a subclass. The Discord is not members only. There is a member only section of the Discord. So let's talk about what this thing does. At second level, this wizard can learn more spells and can put more spells in their book. At 6th level, you have more spells. At 10th level, you can get your spells back more. And at 14th level, you have more spells. What is this subclass missing? It's missing something really important. What is it missing? Because what it's missing is the only feedback we really need to give. And I think it's some of the more important feedback somebody could ever have. An identity. Yeah. An identity. Yeah. Subclasses don't need a downside or a gimmick, but they need an identity. And what do I mean by identity? A subclass is supposed to feel unique and special. A subclass is a unique iteration. It is a focus of a class. It adds a new element to the class. For better or worse, this doesn't do that at all. This is falling into a issue that I think a lot of creators make, which are, I am just the main class, but better. The whole point is not having an identity. Then I fundamentally disagree with using it literally at all. I'm so against subclasses that are just, you're just the core class, but better. Like, that's boring, man. That's boring. Like, if that's what, and you don't need to agree with me, by the way. You can be like, I don't think that's boring. That's fine. But I'm telling you that my feedback is going to be, this doesn't feel like a subclass. This feels like a wizard but better, which to me is not a subclass. That's just wizard but better. Yeah, this is just core class but better. And I don't think that that's a subclass. And to be fair, I don't think that that's how subclasses are balanced either. And I think that this is stupidly overpowered because unfortunately, it's just making the wizard much better at casting and preparing spells than other wizards. That is literally the only thing it does. That is not adding nuance to a class. That is just making it better in a way that is extremely more than subclasses normally do. This is so much more varied and powerful than subclass features. This is just the full... You have... You know, it's almost like... What's the way to... It's almost like... What could I compare it to? I don't even know. Because the most powerful thing that wizards get is their spells and their spell casting. It's just more wizard. And if you look at wizard subclass features, quite frankly, wizard subclass features are not as powerful as you being able to prepare and cast more spells every day. They're just not. That's too much variety. That's essentially saying, instead of you getting a specific special ability, you get to pick your special ability from any other spell in the game. So it's like battle masters are very strong because they have a lot of variety in what unique powers they can pick. That's like their main power. This is the same thing, except the limitations are your wizard spell list. So I would say at the end of the day, it just feels like it's just too much. It's too one note and too strong. That one note, unfortunately, is a lot stronger than what most subclass features are. So it turns into this weird situation where it is both nothing in terms of it has no unique identity to it, and then it is also overpowered. I wouldn't even call it substance. I would just call it overpowered because it's not really adding anything new. Literally, it's just taking the base features and just making the numbers go up. Like there's not a single new mechanic in here. So maybe that's fine for you in your home game, but I would strongly encourage you to make your subclass feel like a subclass and not feel like it's kind of nothing. Because but Dale, I don't think it's working, man. Like I feel like the lack of flavor and substance is not a benefit. Because what it's doing is it's creating this circumstance where the gap is being filled by things that are just overpowered and really, really, really are completely identityless. I so fundamentally disagree with it. Like, I think that here... If you don't care and you're like, I like it not having an identity, that's cool, then my feedback for you is that these features are generally overpowered in a way that even if I did agree that being identityless was cool, this is too strong. But I fundamentally disagree, and I don't really want to talk about it more than that because I think you are more than welcome to disagree with me, but I think the more I talk about it, the more I'm just going to yell at you about how you're wrong, and I'd rather not us get there. I'd rather us just say, you think this, I think this, we think different things, and that's fine. And I don't really have anything else to say about it. All right, thank you, Dale. Let's give Dale a round of applause. Oh, did that magic item allow you to learn spells from any spell list? Oh yeah, then it's just completely broken if it does that because you can get infinite healing spells. Yeah, that's just stupid then. Just change that part. You shouldn't get access to spells not on the wizard spell list. Yeah, Urk Languish has the most important feedback for you. I didn't even notice that part. Very good point. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like most wizardy wizard is not a... we're going to move on from it. All I'm going to do is criticize the concept if I keep talking about it, and I don't need to. Okie dokie. Let's see what's going on here. Kabunk. Kerplek. The opinion is known. The horse is dead. Yeah. Bucket a 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 bucket. Alfredo sauce. What you got for us today, Fredo? What you got for us today? A cursed legendary item. Cool. Let's take a look. Alrighty. Crown of Time. While attuned to the Crown of Time, you have limited ability to see glimpses into the future. Just your movements. Creatures have disadvantage and opportunity attacks against you, and crit hits against you turn into regular hits. All right, very strong. Immediately very strong. 10 charges. It gets all back at dawn. It has a DC of 17. You can cast spells from it. Augury, Borrowed Knowledge, Divination, Foresight. Don't give it a 9th level spell. Don't give it a 9th level spell. If it gets a 9th level spell, that's an artifact. 100%. If you're doing that, that's an artifact. No question. When a creature ends a turn within 30 feet of you, you can teleport them 50 feet into an unoccupied space. Is there no saving throw? There should be a saving throw if they're unwilling, probably. You touch an object and enter into a trance for the next 8 hours. You can exit the trance early as an action. Choose a point within the past year to begin your observation. You observe everything within 60 feet of that object as if you were in its position for as long as you stay in the trance. What? This is annoying. I don't love this. Wait a minute. So if I'm reading this correctly, chat, every day I can just watch literally anything that happened within a year of any object I'm around. That sounds like the most annoying thing to deal with as a dungeon master I could possibly think of. This feature is gonna be like, this feature is either gonna make or break your dungeon master not wanting to do it. This is different than Keen Mind. Keen Mind is everything you have seen within the past month. This is, I pick up a bottle and I use this and I say December 22nd. And then I see, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, that would be so fucking annoying. Too much power. Too open-ended. No. Big no for me. Listen, if you're a dungeon master that's willing to put up with that shenanigans, amazing. You have more patience than I do. As a dungeon master with less patience than all the other dungeon masters, not in a million years. Not in a million years. Maybe I would give an item this mechanic if it was a one-time use item. Maybe. It's 8 hours too, so if a table whiffs, the rest of the table gets a mini adventure while the player observes an object on the table. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I would not. This bad news bears to me. Too open-ended. It's a thinking crown. It's got personality, and it has a curse. Each day at dawn, you age the human equivalent to 1 year into the future. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean that if I am like a kobold or like a turtle where I age at a different speed, I have to calculate the estimation of how much older I would get based on how much older a human would get? That seems like a weird math to do. I wouldn't do that. At dawn, roll a d4. You age forward of backward. What? Do you mean or backwards? Why is it doing it twice? This is... What? Why is this doing this twice? So every day you age the equivalent of 1 human year. Have fun doing the math of translating that to dwarves. Then you also age more or less, depending on if you... This is a little tedious. It's a little like a hat on a hat. It's too much of the same thing twice. Okay. Overall, I think this item has some interesting ideas. I think, unfortunately, it's not doing much that's working. The thing that's working is some of the spells, the teleporting if you put it behind a saving throw, and the curse if you make it simpler and don't make it do the same thing twice, 2 times in a row. Yeah, it's a crown on a crown. So don't give us it, like, don't give it a feature where you, like, do you see, maybe I talk about this sometimes, maybe I don't talk about it enough, but it becomes a little redundant. Like, the point of giving an item a mechanic is so that you engage with that mechanic and you have a feeling. If you're giving us a mechanic that we engage with to age, we don't need another mechanic that we engage with to age. Just give us fucking one of the two. Don't do both. It doesn't make sense to do both. Yeah, Pasta put it very well in terms of the vibe. It feels like age forward, but then maybe age backward, but then also maybe even age more forward and also do math. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, don't limit it. Don't make people do math to do human years. Don't do observe past or figure out a way to limit that significantly. And I would not make a 9th level spell part of a magic item, and I certainly wouldn't make it not the most expensive. Like, there's no reason that Foresight should be cheaper than Observe Past. Foresight is so good. Like, my guess is the only reason why it's more cheaper than Observe Past is because Observe Past is so annoying. That's what my guess is. That you were like, I really don't want to have to deal with this more than once a day. Yeah, those be my thoughts. I think there's some interesting stuff here, but I think there's also a lot of stuff that feels a little tedious. A little tedious. All right, Alfredo, thank you for sharing. Round of applause. I don't care what the intention of humans' years is, because it doesn't work. If I felt like it made sense, I would be like, great, I don't care. But it doesn't matter what the intention is. I don't want to have to figure that out. Needing to figure that out is the issue. So the intention becomes irrelevant. If the first step is a stumble, then who cares about the last step? But a year of your race doesn't mean anything. A year is still a year, is still a year, is still a year. You know what I mean? It's not like years feel different to different species. That's not how D&D works. What should I make a YouTube short about for tomorrow? I gotta find some funny sci-fi or fantasy thing to talk about. Grilled cheese, orcs. I love making orc videos. I could make an orc video. Should I try to make another? Should I make another orc video? I think I made an orc video today, but I could make orc videos forever. Orcs are my favorite. All right, I'll try to find some. I'll do a little bit of orc researching. I'm trying hard to make my Warhammer videos ones where I'm not hitting the lowest common denominator. Like, there's some facts about orcs that everybody knows, so sharing them kind of doesn't feel unique. Like, and you'll notice this if you watch any of my Warhammer videos, and I'll talk about something, 30,000 people will comment and be like, I can't believe you didn't mention insert thing that everybody knows about and is mentioned 30,000 times in the comments. Like, I didn't mention it because of exactly that. You already fucking know it, you know? So I want to try to find some not low-hanging fruit, bottom of the barrel facts. So, like, I don't want to do one about, hey, there's an orc that can, like, travel back in time and killed himself, or like, oh, there's you know, I got to do something that is a little bit, hasn't been mentioned, beaten to death a million times. Do a Space Wolves one. I could do a Space Wolves one. I want to do a funny one tomorrow. So it has to be a funny fact. So it's either going to, there are some funny Space Wolves facts too. I could talk about Space Wolves farting. A lot of people don't know that Space Wolves like to fart. And it smells really bad. And it's like, can like hurt the eyes of non-Space Marines. Like they do it to like prank each other. But in the same way that Space Wolves like drink alcohol that like kills other things, their farts like really fuck up non-Space Marines. Nurgle's fun. I love Nurgle. I got to think of a funny fun fact for Nurgle. If I were going to do Nurgle, got to hunt around for a little bit. Could do story on Typhus. I don't want to have to get too into the weeds. I don't want to do a video where somebody has to know any names. Yeah, we're gonna rescue the barbarian and the bard from space. There's two things that I need in order for me to do that. One, I need the passion and the excitement for it. I don't have the passion and the excitement for it right now. I got really bored of doing D&D story character stuff. And then the other element of that is, to be honest, my Warhammer stuff's just doing really fucking well. Like, if on average my D&D shorts are getting like 30K to 70K, on average my Warhammer shorts are getting like 100K to 500,000K. Like, it's a big difference. So I also need to just, you know, I'm not going to put myself in a position to work on something I'm not excited to work on that is also going to get less views. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to put myself to do something that I know is going to get less views, I want to make sure it's something I'm really excited to do. And I'm just not excited to do the barbarian bard story right now. Make a completely an incorrect fact about Warhammer. I could do that. I would need to figure out a way. I'll tell you what, if I could frame it in a way that people could notice, then I could do that. But I wouldn't want to do it as a true bullshit. Like, there would need to be enough of a wink and a nod that I knew I was lying. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to put up with the hate. That's Alfredo. That is what I want to do. Is I want to do a long. I want to transition the barbarian bard, the adventuring party story to be long form videos. I got to figure out my green screen a little bit better, but that's what I want to do. I think that would be more fun. I don't want to talk about the Horus Heresy. That's not funny. It's just also, it's like everyone's talked about it. I don't need to share information that other people know. A million people know, you know? I don't know anything about Warhammer Fantasy. I'm happy to talk about Warhammer Fantasy. I just got to learn about it first. Like, I know about Warhammer 40K because I've read a couple of the books and I've deep dived the lore for like 15 years. So I just know all of it a little bit. Like, I'm surface level. I'm not a deep knowledger though. But the goal of my Warhammer shorts is largely to be like, you don't need to know anything about Warhammer to understand the vibe of the video and to understand why it's kind of fun. So I'm trying to keep the videos kind of like, hey, here's a fun, crazy fact. So maybe we could, like, I'm sure there's some fun, crazy facts about Nurgle I could find. The thing that pops into my head is there's that one minion, I forget what they're called, but there's a monster that is in Nurgle's army that's like a big, horrifying, terrifying monster. But from its perspective, it's just everybody's friend, and it's just like running around trying to give people hugs. But it's like as big as a building, and it's like made of pestilence, so it running up to you and trying to give you a hug just like kills a lot of stuff. So they're just sad all the time because they're just running up to people and trying to give them hugs and be friends with them, and they're just killing them over and over again. So that's like kind of funny in like a tragic way. Yeah, just like the Netflix original show One Piece. Exactly, Data. I want to piss people off just enough that they know that I'm lying a little bit, and that makes them even more mad. I should talk about the ratlings in 40K then. That would make people upset. Aren't ratlings limited to fantasy? Is that the joke there? Because I don't actually know enough to know if that's true. I'm assuming ratlings are Warhammer Fantasy, and mixing the two would piss people off. That's what my guess is. No? Skaven are fantasy only. Okay, ratlings are 40K, Skaven are fantasy. Got it. See, I'm new to this. Okay, cool. So what would, if I called ratlings Skaven, like if I made reference to Skaven fighting Space Marines, that might make people upset. If I talked about the Space Wolves fighting Skaven, people would not be happy with that. They would correct me in the comments. They would think I was making a mistake. Okay, maybe there's something there. I think what we'll do realistically, there's an orc gun that I'm trying to remember what it's called. That's like a shotgun, but instead of it shooting bullets, it shoots little teleportation portals, and it just kind of randomly teleports you in different directions. So it can like shoot you and like teleport you in different pieces to different places. It's different than the shock attack gun, which sends snotlings or whatever those little guys are. It's like a blaster that shoots little teleporters that just like teleport you into different places. I don't remember what it's called. I was gonna maybe do a video about that. I'll have to look that up. Or the bubble gun. They have a gun that shoots bubbles, which is kind of fun. We'll figure it out. Does that hurt the orc, or does it just not care because orc magic? I don't think they just it shoots them out, so it doesn't shoot them in, they don't touch them. Yeah, I did a video like that where I talked about Terran. I had one character be dumb and one character be smart, and the dumb character was like, I can't believe they made this whole thing based off StarCraft game. that was the joke. Because it's not based off StarCraft, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. Ay. Huh. I should start making Warhammer shorts as if I was a conspiracy theorist in the world. That's kind of an interesting idea. The God Emperor needs to construct more pylons. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to find more funny stories about Space Marines in particular, because I do think funny stories about Space Marines are more funny because they're less expected than funny stories about orcs. But there's not that many. I mean, there's funny moments. The problem is that most of the funny moments that Space Marines have... Let me switch my camera. The funny moments that most Space Marines have require a lot of context to understand why they're funny, you know? Like, they're not just inherently funny. You need to understand that it's funny that that guy said that because of all this past experience. And to distill that all into a YouTube short is hard. It's almost as hard as picking my nose in a way that feels satisfying right now. That's tricky to do. So that's the game to play. Is let's find some shorts. We'll have to find. We won't have to. I will find some shtick that feels like it's a unique or funny vibe. All right, who should we raid tonight? What's going on? Who's streaming right now? Venture Forth is doing something. Let's see. I really like Venture Forth. Have you guys seen them before? They've got a nice setup. Let's raid them. They've got a really nice setup. I'm gonna raid them because I like their setup. Sometimes that's all you need. You want to raid somebody. That sweet, sweet setup, you know? All right, but before we go, friends, we got to end the show proper. Anyway, I love you guys. You're all amazing. Thank you for sharing your homebrew. I will be back on Wednesday for Homebrew Helper, where you can call in with your unfinished homebrew and we will talk about it together and try to improve it, come up with ideas. It is a call-in show. This is Wednesday, a call-in show focused on homebrew. So bring your half-baked ideas, your things that you're not sure how to express mechanically, your things that you're not sure what you're supposed to do, and we shall see you on Wednesday. I love you. Goodbye. Be good to each other. See you Wednesday.
I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing